Welcome to the Chatham Board of Selectmen's July 21st, 2020 meeting. This is remote participation only. Please note this meeting is being recorded and will be available shortly hereafter for scheduled and on-demand viewing on any smartphone or tablet device. If anyone else is recording the meeting, please notify me. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 23, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Chatham Board of Selectmen is being conducted via remote participation. Every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. A reminder that persons who would like to listen to this meeting while in progress may do so by calling the number 1-508-945-4410, conference ID 134-208-476#, or join the meeting online via Microsoft Teams through the link in the posted agenda. Despite our best efforts, we may not be able to provide for real-time access, and we will post a record of this meeting on the town's website as soon as possible. Okay, before we proceed, if you are, I'd ask that people disable their video and mute their microphones unless they're prepared to speak or are presenting any agenda item tonight. We'll do a roll call of the Board of Selectmen first. Let's see, I can see everybody, but I don't see Corey, so I'll start with Corey. Corey Metters.
Present.
Peter Kokolas.
Present.
Jeff Dykins.
Present.
And Dean Nicastro.
Present.
All right, everybody is present. Our first order of business tonight is to accept the meeting minutes of July 14th, 2020. I'd accept a motion to approve those.
Motion to approve, Peter.
Okay, a second?
Second.
All right, are there any amendments or additions? I see that Dean has his hand up. Go ahead, Dean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 6, I have two edits in the second full paragraph, first line where it says the board discussed the merits of holding a special town election. In the fall, it should say special town meeting.
Okay.
And then on the final paragraph, second to last line, it was suggested that votes on the Council on Aging articles, I would like to insert the word boards, apostrophe S. It was suggested that votes on the board's Council on Aging articles occur at the 2021 annual town meeting. I don't recall that anybody made any representation about what should happen with the Stepping Stones article. I think we were just talking about our own at that point. Those are corrections.
Okay, any other edits by the board?
None.
Okay, hearing none. All right, we'll take a roll call to approve the meeting minutes as amended. Selectman Kokolas.
Aye.
Selectman Metters.
Aye.
Selectman Dykins.
Aye.
Selectman Nicastro.
Aye.
Okay, they've been approved 5-0-0. All right. The next order of business is public announcements and agenda item requests. I have a couple of items. I see Peter does. But let me just start off by saying, I think I just have to pull my notes up, that I want to recognize the Chatham Fire Department, Harbor Master's Office and Department, and the Chatham Police Department on two very dramatic rescues that have taken place in the last 2 weekends. The first one was when a 15-foot Boston whaler was overturned in the, I believe it was the South Cut, near the South Cut. Also, last Sunday, a rescue at North Beach of a teenager who was buried up to her neck in sand. But at both times, the dramatic part of the rescue was that the people had to be located through GPS tracking, and technology was used to rescue the people at the cut. We had an experienced former Coast Guard surfman on staff with the harbor masters, and with the the teenager who was buried in the sand, the Chatham Fire Department was able to use some of their trench rescue training to free her from what could have been a very unfortunate occurrence. So I think with the use of technology and training of our staff, they did just a fabulous, fabulous job. And I want to commend them for their professionalism and their skills. All three departments, they worked really well together too. So if you'd pass that along, Jill, I'd appreciate that. Okay. The other note that I would like to speak to is, as you know, I've been serving on the Cape Cod Reopening Task Force as a representative from the Cape and Islands Selectmen and Councilors Association. And I'm going to just give you a notice. I'll send this letter along later, but the Reopening Task Force had decided to write a letter to the majority leader McConnell and minority leader Schumer in requesting funding for childcare and early education systems in the stimulus package. So I just want to let you know that I will be signing on to that letter as that representative to that, and the letter's going out on Thursday. I'll send a copy forward. I'm seeing something weird on my panel. It looks like somebody's computer. So I'm wondering if that could be taken down.
Shauna, Madam Chair, Shauna's sharing her screen to show the letter that.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's the agenda. Never mind.
Yeah. All right.
Never mind.
Okay. All right. We're all set. Okay. Thank you. Peter, you had agenda item requests
Yes, Madam Chair.
or
Just
announcements?
a simple one. I can't even see my. Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure this is Shauna.
I'm having trouble, you guys. I don't know. Can you hear me?
It looks like it's Frank Messina's screen. Oh, there
Okay.
it's gone.
All right. Frank's up. Okay. Well, thanks, for sharing. But we're going to let Peter go now, and then whomever is next,
Okay.
and then we'll turn it over. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I just I noticed something a couple weeks ago in the paper. I was just wondering if we could get an update about the Chatham Coronavirus Impact Fund, just a status so everyone knows what's going on. What I read a while back seems doing a good job, period.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. You can do that. Any other, Jeff, did your hand up for a public?
I don't know if you guys can hear me or not, but I got to switch computers. Can you hear me?
Yep.
So I'm going to try to get off and go to another computer. I'm frozen.
Okay. Any other board members? Okay, thank you. Then I'll turn it over to the public. Susanna Nickerson wanted to make an announcement, but I'm going to reach out to everybody else first to see if there's any other staff or remote participants that want to make a public service announcement or agenda item request.
Elaine Gibbs.
Elaine? Okay. Anybody else? Okay, hearing none. Susanna, would you like to go first? Are you still there? Susanna?
Yes,
Go ahead. Public forum.
yes.
Okay.
Am I, okay. Is this the announcements now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I will speak now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all right.
Okay, sorry, everybody. My milkweed seed project has been so successful this year. Sorry, Susanna Nickerson. My milkweed seed project has been so successful this year that I have had trouble keeping up with the demand. I still have some seeds, but often have no time to get them into packets. If you have come by my jar at 606 Main Street, I have a jar out with seeds in there. When it is empty, or would you please try again? The other option is to leave your address and I'll send you the seeds via snail mail. If the jar disappears, if you can't find it on the yard, that means that I'm out of seeds. Thank you to everybody who has participated in growing milkweed defeat the monarch caterpillar and to help the monarch continue to exist. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susanna. Our next speaker is Elaine Gibbs. Elaine?
Yes, Elaine Gibbs. First of all, I want to reiterate what you said, Shireen. I think those 2 rescues that Chatham did were just absolutely remarkable, particularly the 4 young men on the boat. It could have been an absolute disaster. The stars were aligned and everything worked out really well. And I can't say enough about the harbor master and the fire department and the police department and everyone. They did an outstanding job. It just gave me chills. It could have been so bad and it wasn't. And they should really be commended. I do have one agenda request. I would ask that the board consider have an agenda item to develop a policy regarding the use of town property by for-profit businesses that would include the application process, what the cost per hour would be, the number of programs that are offered by a particular business, the duration of the programs, and whether or not they actually have insurance in force when we're using public property. I'm not sure a waiver is sufficient to preclude or protect the town from liability should someone get hurt. And I think it's important for all businesses to know that this is an opportunity for them so that there is equity across the board. When some businesses have 3 or 4 programs going and others didn't realize that's a possibility. I hope that everyone understands it is, but to also look at the impact on whether or not it would impede the use by the public in general if there are too many classes on town property that they can't use it during this period of time when social distancing is required. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just going to remind everybody who is not speaking to mute their video and their mic, please. Okay. I think our next order of business is to start new business. So the first is a coronavirus COVID-19 update from Director of Natural Resources, Dr. Robert Duncanson, and then from Town Manager Jill Goldsmith. So if you want to proceed, I believe we're going to be discussing a couple of other items under that Schoolhouse Pond and Downtown Working Group update and some revisions to some parking. So welcome, Bob.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Selectmen, and the public at home. So just a quick update on some recent items regarding COVID-19. Worldwide, as of this afternoon, we have 14.7 million cases. 611,000 deaths have been recorded worldwide. In the U.S., we have a little over 3.8 million cases and little over 141,000 deaths. The U.S. continues to lead the world, and the U.S. continues to have approximately between 23 and 25% of both the worldwide cases as well as the worldwide deaths. In Massachusetts, as of a little after 4 o'clock this afternoon, we had a little over 114,000 cases, and we have now topped out at 8,450 deaths. In Barnstable County, we are currently at 1,639 cases and 154 deaths. The death toll on the Cape has stabilized a little bit. We haven't gone up too much since the end of last week. We did observe a slight peak in the number of cases on the Cape over the last couple of days. That daily case rate dropped today back into the single digits. So whether or not we will continue to see that rise in cases, we'll just have to wait till we get a couple more days worth of data. It was not necessarily unexpected. We might see something around now because, we're approximately 2 weeks away from the July 4th holiday weekend and other larger event type things taking place, as well as, we have the larger seasonal population and visitor population present on the Cape. Right now in Chatham, we have 23 cases since the pandemic began, and we still have 1 death of a known Chatham resident. Of those 23 confirmed cases, basically 20 of those have cleared And we are now tracking 3 active cases, if you will, in Chatham. One thing I did want to talk about just briefly, we did receive word today that the State Department of Public Health has created a cluster notification for Chatham. And this is something that I think we've all been very concerned about. We've seen this happen in other parts of the country. But there was apparently a house party in Chatham back in the second week in July, attended by a large number of individuals who were not wearing masks. And out of that, so far, there are 9 reported positive cases. None of those appear to be Chatham residents. But it just highlights the fact that these large parties where people are not practicing social distancing and not wearing masks can have significant impacts. We were advised that a number of individuals at that party were restaurant workers. So we did send out a message today. Our health agent, Judy Giorgio, sent out a message to all the restaurants, just advising them that we had been notified of this and to be on the lookout and address that issue. If they have any issues, address it immediately and let us know about it. We are aware of at least one restaurant that is closed down temporarily. Whether or not it's related to this particular situation or not, we don't know. And as I said, hopefully, this doesn't get much larger, but I just wanted to be the board aware of this and to take the opportunity to let the public know that, these kind of events are really problematic. And they are hitting home here now on the Cape. We've all heard about them and seen about them in other parts of the country, but it can in fact happen here. And then just 2 other quick updates that I wanted to give you related to COVID-19 from the Board of Health meeting last night. The Board of Health did extend the mandatory mask order on Main Street. If you remember, originally the mandatory mask order was 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. In response to some feedback from some of the businesses and the Chamber of Commerce, the board did extend on Main Street from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. starting this Thursday. And so a press release or that information went out earlier today, and it has been posted on the website as well. And the Chamber of Commerce is also aware of it. The board did discuss whether or not they should go even later than that, whether they should start earlier, and whether or not they should even consider extending the mask order 24 hours a day. But they felt right now, they really want to target that time period on Main Street when the heaviest tourist traffic is there, and it's difficult to maintain that social distancing. They did not change the hours that the mandatory mask order applies to the Fish Pier observation deck, the lighthouse overlook and stairs, or the transfer station, obviously. And then the second thing, which will be coming up on your agenda shortly, we could talk about it then, was the Board of Health did send the board a recommendation on Schoolhouse Pond, and we could talk about that when it comes up on the agenda. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Bob. Just the tone of the committee, the reopening committee this morning was a little more serious about what's they're not describing as an uptick, but a trending of more cases on the Cape. And I think we really have to remind everybody to be very serious. I know you had asked me about whether the governor was messaging anything at this point, and I did ask that question to the group, and basically, I think our responsibility from the local level is to really, get our messages out there and keep reiterating safety and protocols and whatnot. It's been it's a little foreboding to see the changes in the numbers after, but I don't think it's unexpected after the 4th of July with so many people around. Anybody? Peter, you had a question, and then
Yeah.
then Jeff. Excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mhm.
Dr. Bob, it's a data point of only 2 people who said there were quite a few people on the beaches this weekend. I drove around with my wife a little bit, and you could see a lot of cars. Given what you just said, of course, beaches, being outside is not quite the same as being in a house with a whole bunch of people partying. But that was 1 or 2 days were pretty warm, and we're getting into a warm weekend. Have you noticed anything like, especially at Harding's or Cockles Cove or any of the other beaches where there's not social distancing? We haven't had any problems. And the second part of that is, and I don't know how we respond, but we should be ready to respond quickly if we have to. Given what we've seen in other places, I think, we err on the side of caution somewhat, not necessarily to shut everything down, but maybe to really think about that seriously before we get into a point, because it takes a week or two before we even know what's going on. So anyway, those are my questions. And I am concerned somewhat with the number of people that are in town, because that's going to increase, the number of folks that are there. And I read something too, and I don't know if you can answer this. The positivity rate across the country, and this was in one of the medical journals, is up around 23% of those tested. Does that sound reasonable? I mean, it's a high number when you think of the regular flu is about 0.1%. That's it.
Okay, let me take those in orders. As far as the beaches go, we haven't received any complaints or concerns recently about the beaches, with the exception of Schoolhouse Pond Beach. The feedback that I've gotten is that the other larger beaches, there's more room to spread out, and people have done I won't say a great job, but they're doing a good job of social distancing and whatnot. So at this point, our other beaches don't appear to be an issue. The things seem to be going pretty well there. In terms of the positivity rate, you're absolutely correct. In other parts of the country, it is up in the double digits. In Massachusetts, it's been averaging between 1.6 and 1.7%. In Chatham specifically, based on last week's weekly report from the Department of Public Health, we were at 1.65%. So, right about there with the state average. That information only comes out weekly on Wednesdays. We do get the positivity rate for the state as a whole, 7 days a week, but in terms of the individual towns, only once a week. So far, Massachusetts is doing a much better job than other places around the country. But as you said, I think the concern we all have is whether or not we can sustain that. And that's one of the reasons why the governor put the requirement in, if you travel out of state, with the exception of the New England and New York and New Jersey region, you've got to self-quarantine for 14 days. So we'll see how this continues to go. As I say, today's trend on the Cape, today's counts on the Cape, we're back down in the single digits, where we did have 3 or 4 days where we were up in the double digits. So, the one data point doesn't mean all that much. So we'll have to see, over the next couple of days what we get. In terms of the response, the Board of Health is taking the actions that they feel are appropriate at this point. The state as well. We had a discussion several weeks ago about the Community Tracing Collaborative, the CTC. They geared up with almost 1,000 people when Massachusetts was very high. They have scaled back the number of people they have actively on staff, but the other people they have in reserve. So, Massachusetts has pretty well positioned itself that if things start to go as they are in other states, we are ready to respond. The state's been stockpiling PPE. We've been stockpiling PPE at the town level. So I think, everybody is doing everything we can to get the word out to people. And quite honestly, that's why I wanted to bring up the information we got today from the state regarding that, large event that now is unfortunately coming home to roost. And whether or not it directly affects Chatham remains to be seen.
Thank you.
Jeff, you had some questions for Dr. Duncanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess we got to take the good with the bad. Good news on the woman on the beach and good news with the rescue. But, lessons learned from Texas, California, and Florida here. Young people partying leads to COVID cases. I heard about the Chatham thing at work on the way out the door today. So, I have the questions I normally have, Bob, which is, given those facts, are we doing community contact tracing? Is there a possibility of doing that? The other basic message that I think Chatham has done a fairly good job on, that I think Massachusetts as well has done a pretty good job on, is just, if you can't be socially distant and you're out in the public, wear a mask. Mm-hmm. What could be more difficult than that? If you can't be socially distant and you're out in public, everybody wear a mask. Everybody, whether you're downtown at the fish pier, at the lighthouse, and going off and on the beach. If you can't be socially distant, wear a mask. And large groups, partying groups, it's crazy. That's crazy. It's nutso. So we can't police I guess we can't police the large groups, but I think we can. It's our fiduciary duty, albeit it hasn't been at the national level till yesterday or the day before, but it's our fiduciary duty as leaders to get the message out that if you cannot be socially distant, please wear a mask in the town of Chatham. So I don't know how else we do that, but I think it's a very basic message to get out there. I think it's a really important one, given where we are with this pandemic and all the people that are here. So I don't know if we do more signage, you put it on the website, or the health mandate, I don't know. But I really think it's important, and I really think we need to make a statement as leaders. What I think.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, that's been our message for weeks, if not several months now, on both the website, Channel 18, the message boards on Main Street, the Board of Health votes. We've been, trying to get that message out. The large group gatherings, this was on private property, wasn't in a town facility. I know that other towns on the Cape have had issues with these kind of large gatherings at beaches and other locations where the police have had to go in and break them up. They're not unusual this time of the year, but this year is clearly different, that, it's more problematic than just, kids getting together and partying on the beach kind of thing. No. We so far, we haven't seen that at the public places in Chatham, and it's difficult to manage when it's on private property, because unfortunately we don't necessarily know about it until somebody calls in a complaint or whatever with the police department about loud noise or whatever. I can't tell you, I did speak with the police department about this today. They had no reports of responding, to an event on that date and plus or minus a couple of days in that area. It's difficult. We don't have the exact street address where this took place. We're trying to get that. And just to address your question, Jeff, on community tracing, that is being done and would be done. As I said, we do know, the names of the 9 positive people are in the system. They're not directly related to us. In other words, because they're not Chatham residents, but they are in the system. And so that tracing is ongoing.
Okay, well, that's good to hear, because, folks could leave that party not knowing they even have it and go. I mean, you know the drill. They can go give it to my mother, Yep. All right. So I just think at any messaging the town does, if you cannot be socially distant, please wear a mask in the town of Chatham. Yeah, and I can tell you at the county level, they are working on some public PSAs and public education geared towards that younger demographic. Yeah. Because they recognize they don't necessarily use websites and all, they use all the other, electronic venues. So they are working on getting that message out in those different formats so that that's the demographic they're targeting. Hopefully that will be out later this week, if not shortly. Okay, good. Thank you, Bob.
Any other board members have questions for Dr. Duncanson? Okay, any remote participants wish to speak to Dr. Duncanson, please say your name.
Yes, Elaine Gibbs.
Is there anybody else? Okay, go ahead, Elaine.
Yes, I find this report tonight really disturbing. I think there's a serious flaw in the way the state is counting. I mean, to say that we have at 1.65%, Massachusetts is not counting out-of-state people. And therefore, we don't know what the implications are going to be in 2 weeks. 9 people at a party in Chatham that work in the public sector, apparently, if I understand you correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, when they were they've been diagnosed as positive, so they were out there, you know, symptomatic or asymptomatic. How many people did they infect? And we need to be counting those numbers. We cannot, Massachusetts can't be lulled into complacency thinking we're doing a good job when at least Cape Cod is a tourist area. How many of those 9 were in state and are going to be counted in the state numbers, or are none of them going to be counted in the state numbers because they're all out of state? I think it's a really serious problem, and there is a problem with the age group that thinks they don't care if they get sick. They have said that to people on the street who have said, put your mask on. They don't understand that the mask is to prevent us from getting sick from them. So I think that we need to be a lot more forceful with Governor Baker and how he is keeping track of stuff, because are they going to get reported in New York or New Jersey or Connecticut where they came from so that they can be tracked there when they go back? I don't think it's happening. So I think there's a huge demographic that's being missed in Massachusetts and all the surrounding states, particularly since we're not requiring 6 or 8 states to go into quarantine when they come here. The second thing I would mention is I'm very pleased, Shireen, that we are looking for money for childcare. Because the unemployment, I heard today for the first time, and I was stunned, the unemployment rate in Massachusetts is the highest in the country. We have 17.4% unemployment. We exceed New York, California, and all those other states. We have got to do something to be able to get our people back to work that can do it socially distancing and such. And they cannot do it because they don't have childcare. So I hope that we get that money and get it soon, because if they decide the kids can't go back to school, then parents can't work, and that will kill us as a state economically as well. So I appreciate that you are pushing for that, but I think people have to push back on Governor Baker. I'm sorry, he's making these numbers look really good. We have 8,000 deaths in Massachusetts. That is still higher than Florida, and we only have 1/3 of the population. So we should not be comfortable right now saying that we've got a flat curve, because all of the people that are having it are coming from other states and they're not being counted. So anyway, that's all I have to say, but I hope we can get a handle on this, and we got to start doing some enforcing. Certainly if we see large groups of people having parties or eating together, you can have 6 people from out of state eating at the same table, but you can't have 7 people from one family. And that's a serious problem too. And the restaurants are going to go crazy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Elaine. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to, or have questions for Dr. Duncanson? Okay, hearing none, we're going to move on to our town manager, Jill Goldsmith. Hi, Jill.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chairman. So we're still working on our public access to town buildings protocols. So some of the workplace modification materials that we've been hoping to receive soon have been back ordered. So they'll be arriving likely August 3rd, the week of. That's the notification we have. And then we had a department head meeting solely focused on protocols for public access. And it appears, and I'll send out something more formal once I get feedback from everybody, that we will open to the public by appointment. So we're working on how to do that, the number of days, and to continue making ourselves accessible and available by phone, email, fax, calls. From what I understand from many of the departments, the number of contacts with the residents hasn't diminished, even though they're not able to come inside town buildings. But we understand that there's some need to come into town buildings, so we're working on that. And then you're going to see probably some new drop boxes installed. I know that the town clerk has sent out the voting registration and voting requests by mail. So those will be coming in, and that will be in a safe drop box at Town Hall at 549 Main Street. And then we're also in need of quite a few employees, our seasonal help. We're still looking for our Beachgate attendants, DPW, and transfer station grounds workers. So that posting is up on the town's website, and very easy to apply or send the resume in. And then last, before he leaves, I just wanted to thank Dr. Bob. He has a work anniversary this month. It's 33 years of service with the town of Chatham. And look at him with the energy and fighting on behalf of the town of Chatham. So I just wanted to recognize him. He's not one to take recognition, but it's important to note those anniversaries. So that concludes my report.
Thank you, Jill, and congratulations, Dr. Duncanson, for 33 years. And this year has been one for the record books, I'm sure.
It sure has.
All right. Any questions for Jill from the board? None? Okay. Any questions from the remote participants? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the agenda items that to consider. Schoolhouse Pond, consider parking limitations on Sam Ryder Road. Dr. Duncanson, are you going to pop back on the frame here?
Yeah, sure. I can certainly start the conversation off. And at yesterday's Board of Health meeting, as I mentioned earlier, the most complaints that we've received over in the health department have been relative to Schoolhouse Pond Beach. And so yesterday, the Board of Health had it on their agenda. They discussed it. And ultimately, it resulted in a 5-0 vote to recommend to you that parking be banned on Sam Ryder Road. The board, discussed the fact that the biggest issue there, because it is a resident-only parking area, the lot itself. So you need a town resident or not, or resident, or sorry, non-resident taxpayer sticker. So it's not open to just the general public, and it's not that big a parking lot. And Park and Rec has been coning off a number of the spaces to try to reduce the amount of parking that takes place there. But as you know, if you've been down there, the beach is about the size of some of our meeting rooms. The small meeting room at the annex. There just isn't that much beach there. And for people to socially distance under the guidelines of 12 feet between toweled groups with a 6-foot buffer around the lifeguard stand, you're really only talking 1 or 2, 3, 4 families, not a lot. And so it became relatively clear during the discussion at the Board of Health meeting that the biggest issue is non-town residents basically parking along Sam Ryder Road and then walking into the beach. And so that what led to the board's recommendation to you to consider banning parking along Sam Ryder Road. Obviously, it will not solve the problem in its entirety because you can still have people walking in from the neighborhood. You can have people, drive up and drop people off. But the board felt that at least banning parking was something tangible that could be done to signal to people that the town is taking this issue seriously, without, having a gate person down there and saying, sorry, there's 4 families, you can't come in kind of thing. And I think Dan Tobin or somebody from Park and Rec will be on the call and can speak to the fact that they have had difficulty getting, COVID-19 monitors. And so we just haven't been able to have somebody physically down there to kind of manage it. So the Board of Health just felt that, this was something that could be done relatively quickly, relatively easily, won't solve the problem in its entirety, but should be helpful. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And hopefully you did get a copy of the staff report this afternoon.
Bob, I just have a question. Are you talking about, or was the Board of Health's intention to ban parking on the entire Sam Ryder Road?
No, I think they're just concerned about the immediate area. Obviously, like everything else, if you ban it in one area and people just simply start parking further down the road, that's an issue for you folks or the police to consider. But I think the board is just very concerned about that area immediately, opposite Schoolhouse Pond Road there, where, on busy days, it's very busy.
I spoke with one of the neighbors in that area. She had called me to talk about her concerns around the parking and said that it was quite dense on several days. When I drove by, I've seen it in both things. My concern is like how this would be set up, because I don't know if we'd just be pushing our poison somewhere, back up towards the end of Old Queen Anne Road, where the conservation land and the easement area is, that, and people just walk in. I live in close proximity, so I go by the roads all the time, and I'm just curious. There are some dirt roads that are Ryder Pond South and North in that area that, I've asked the neighbors that I've known there whether they're seeing anybody parking in that area or not. But I'm just concerned about what impact we will see and whether we are, I can agree with this. I totally can. I just want to see what our contingencies may be going forward. And I see Corey has his hand up. So Corey, and then
thank you,
Dean.
Madam Chair. I'll let someone from Park and Rec comment, because I listened into their meeting earlier today. But this is a tricky area. There's no two ways about it. I too am concerned whether if we restrict it to a certain area of Sam Ryder Road, that we would, push the problem further down to another area.
Yeah.
That's kind of been some history from other parking issues from the past. I'd also question, we want a better understanding of our enforcement ability. Currently, I don't know what the PD has for resources to go down to the, and watch the beach parking as it is meant to be used currently. Would we ever consider, granting those same restrictions to Sam Ryder Road, where you'd have to have the sticker or Chatham resident to park on a certain designated area of Sam Ryder Road? I don't know if that's viable. We can make all the rules we want, but without understanding what resources we have to enforce them, I'm a little reluctant just to give it a great thumbs up and go, because we're already midway through the summer. Anyone who's ever been out of schoolhouse, if we start putting cones in the spots, they're going to get moved. If there's a little piece of grass in the area that someone can put a car, they're going to park there, because our lifeguards are not watching the parking lot. It's not their job to. Their duty is to watch the waters and the beaches for the safety of the people using the area. And we don't have a COVID-19 monitor down there. So we don't have the resources to kind of assist in maybe some of that. So it's a tricky topic. There's no silver bullet to figure this out. I do recall one of the citizens speaking about fishing usage of the ponds in that area and parking, and I don't want to restrict anything inadvertently with that. So I guess I'm still looking for a little more clarity just to make a blind decision. It's a tough area. There's no two ways about it. Anyone going down there should not expect to be social distancing, because there's no beach at all. And also, I don't know if Dr. Bob would comment on this. Usually with ponds, and I'm going to be cautious how I say this or ask this, as the summer progresses, the popularity of going to a pond becomes less and less, they become less desirable for one reason or another. So I wonder if in a couple of weeks, if it's going to start to even itself out a little bit, because the water is not the first choice to be into in the latter part of the August month. So this is my general thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. I think it was Dean, and then Jeff, did you have questions as well? Okay. Dean, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I hear what the Board of Health is saying, and I could possibly endorse what they're recommending. And we're going to hear, I hope, from someone from Park and Rec. I think Dan Tobin is on the call, because I understand they met. I don't know what the recommendation is, and I certainly understand the interest on the part of the Park and Rec Commission to keep all the beaches open, but even allowing for what Corey was just saying about how circumstances might change as you get more deeply into the summer, I just wonder if it's worth taking up consideration of whether the schoolhouse pond should be closed for beach access, period. That seems to me the most sensible way of addressing the public health issue. Because there's absolutely no way for people to socially distance and keep to the guidelines, 12-foot guidelines that have been put forth by the state. So that may be heresy to say it, but I just, I was as you all know, for recommending that only Chatham residents and taxpayers have access to the two main public beaches. But this is a very unique area, and I just don't see that there's any solution from a public health perspective that's practical short of closing it to beach access. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Dean. I know that Dan Tobin had his hand up. Do you mind, Jeff, that he weighs in and then, okay. Dan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to comment that the Park and Rec Commission did meet earlier this evening. They still reiterate their support for the no parking on Sam Ryder Road. They were not certainly recommending that to be the full length of the road necessarily. You quite clearly pointed out earlier how the issues get pushed around sometimes with that. I mean, I think the discussion was to some degree maybe from Mills Road north to Queen Anne as being, the most immediate area to the beach itself. But whether that causes mitigating, problems to be pushed to other neighborhoods, I don't disagree. To Selectman Nicastro's point, regarding, closing the beach outright, the commission did not, in their earlier discussions on this, want to close the beach. But clearly, there are real challenges to trying to maintain social distancing. We hope to have an employee hired soon that we can get up there. We have been actively, recruiting for that. Town manager pointed out earlier that we, still are actively advertising for these positions. I will be conducting a couple more interviews tomorrow. And hopefully can come up with somebody that can provide us some support. And that's certainly been the prime location in terms of having somebody available for public education in that regard. But this is a most challenging year, and that is certainly a most unique location. And I'll be happy to answer any questions, but I don't really have any other further information. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Jeff?
Yeah, I mean, if public health is our #1 concern, I think we ought to close the beach. You cannot maintain social distancing on that beach. You cannot. So I'd vote with Selectman Nicastro. I don't see how, and I don't want to be the meanie here, but how can you maintain social distancing on that beach? You get 2 families there, you're done. You're cooked. You get mother, father, a couple kids, you're pretty much done. So I defer. I'm certainly in favor of closing Sam Ryder Road to parking. I'll support that, but I'm also have a warm ear towards. If public health is our #1 priority, then we really, to be fiduciaries, we really ought to close that beach.
Thank you, Jeff. Peter, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with everything most of my colleagues have said. I'll just make this point. I can support a parking ban. That to me is a Band-Aid. And it's not like everyone understands. It's not going to solve the problem. The other issue with Schoolhouse Pond is a number of people use it for other reasons. The way I understand it, I live close by there and go by there periodically. People use it for kayaking. They'll use it for training for distance swimming or swimming. The question is, how do you solve the problem? And the problem is solved, one, simply by closing the beach, or you put someone in there, but that individual has to watch how many people are coming in and decide how many people are going to just go kayaking. How are you going to separate who they are? That's a number of people that could get in there. That's going to be a somewhat difficult task. You look at what you can accommodate there, and that's all you let. So and that is not easy. And if we don't do it in the next week or two, we haven't done anything, I don't think. So I sort of lean towards closing the beach, although I imagine some of my neighbors are going to straighten me up, but that's aside. Okay.
I have a question for Dr. Duncanson and for the Board of Health. Was there any discussion on closing the beach or?
There was not any direct discussion at last night's meeting, no.
Okay. Corey.
Couple questions or couple comments. First, from a procedural perspective, I don't think we can make a motion or action on closing the beach tonight because of the printed agenda. I think are restricted to the parking limitation on Sam Ryder Road. So, I mean, if we want to talk about closing the beaches, we're going to have to take that up at a later date. Procedurally, that's my opinion. on the parking issue itself, from past history, and I'd love to get some feedback from anybody. Would people just frankly just park, take the ticket, and call that a parking fee for them for go to the beach? You know, the $50 ticket is just a cost going to the beach for the day. Will it actually deter that many people, or are we just going to collect some more revenue? I mean, I'm just being kind of blunt about it.
That's a good point. So we're at a standstill here on comments. I didn't know if anybody wanted to make a motion on the parking issue at least, and then put an agenda item request about the beach closure issue, or put it back to Board of Health and Park and Rec to discuss further. Corey, your hand's up.
Well, yeah. Well, I guess I'm just gonna throw this on the table. Can we mechanically extend the same restrictions to the parking lot to Sam Ryder Road, designate a certain spot, you know, Mills to Queen Anne, the same parking restrictions that apply to the parking lot itself, and have the PD enforce that restriction and see how it goes for the next week or two? Is that a viable alternative?
Are you meaning that you want to have beach stickers for parking? Okay.
The same requirements for the actual schoolhouse parking lot itself. Okay. You know, Chatham resident, beach sticker, whatever, apply to a designated area of Sam Ryder Road. Would that be an option? I'm throwing it out as a question.
Okay. Dr. Duncanson, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I would say it is an option because that's exactly what you've done on Bridge Street for Lighthouse Beach. Parking along Bridge Street is restricted to Chatham residents or those with either a resident sticker, or if somebody buys the day pass at the other beaches, they can use that as well. But you could, yes, so I would say absolutely, because there's already precedent for it.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Who's
Tom
speaking?
Temple.
Okay. Hi, Tom. Go right ahead, Tom.
Hi. We've done the same thing within the right-of-way layouts on the landings as well with the beach stickers. I don't believe this has come before the Traffic Safety Committee or the police or DPW, but we have done that similar thing on the landings where they've enforced with the resident stickers once it's been voted and approved and sent for recommendation to the Board of Selectmen.
Thank you, Tom. Is there any further discussion on this, or do you want to make a motion? What's the feeling of the group?
I'll move that.
Okay. You want to give a more thoughtful?
I move that we amend the parking restrictions on Sam Ryder Road to Mills Road until Queen Anne. For Chatham residents and residents, sticker requirements in accordance with the schoolhouse parking lot requirements. Help me out with language here, guys. That would mirror the same language as the parking lot, and it would be enforced by our Chatham PD in accordance to the posted restrictions.
And I'd second that.
Okay, thanks. Any further discussion? Anybody want to go further with this? Okay, I don't hear anything. Do we have any remote participants that want to weigh in on the motion?
Yes, Elaine.
On the motion that we have before us. Go ahead, Elaine.
Yes, I think that I agree with Mr. Dykens that this probably should be closed because you cannot restrict it to just Chatham residents, because apparently that's not working. I don't know if there's a way that you can put up a tape to keep the people from parking at the beach. I personally haven't been there, so I may not know what I'm talking about. But I also think that what's really important, and I don't know when else to say this, is that as a resident, I have no idea how much you're paying, as an example, for the COVID monitors. I think there are people in town who would volunteer to hand out brochures. If you could put something out and ask for, instead of hiring people from off Cape, ask locals who, if they'd be willing to put in a few hours here and there to make sure people understand and to educate them. I think that would go a long way. It's just a recommendation. I have no idea if that would work. But I think that just stickers, that requires police monitoring it. And I think it's going to be a problem.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks. Anybody else want to weigh in on this matter? Okay. All right, I'm going to bring it back to the board then. Okay.
Herb Bassett.
Oh, go ahead, Herb.
Thank you very much. I appreciate Selectmen's Matter's suggestion that we try to go with stickers along Sam Ryder's Road instead of shutting it off altogether. I also was the person who raised or made the comment before about licensed fishermen using the east end of Goose Pond, and we would park along Sam Ryder's Road as well as Schoolhouse Pond. The state stocks those ponds with trout, and that allows us access. But after hearing everything, I really think the best compromise for all of us would be to limit the parking along Sam Ryder's Road to people with Chatham stickers. And I think that's the best we're going to do compared to shutting the whole thing down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Herb. Anybody else with remote participants that want to speak to the matter? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to take a vote on this motion. So if we want to just take a roll here. Peter, Selectman Kokolas.
Aye.
Selectman Metters.
Aye.
Selectman Dykens.
Nay.
Selectman Nicastro.
Aye.
And chair says aye. 4-1-0. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Dan and Tom Temple, for weighing in on the matter. Appreciate that. I'd like to be able to reiterate, though, I think we should bring it back for consideration and look at this going forward, that this be monitored heavily and that the Board of Health consider the idea of whether we should be closing it if things get a little crazier. Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, Shireen, so moved. I would remand this issue back, please, to the Board of Health.
Okay.
For the further consideration of how we can maintain social distancing in that tiny beach.
Is that okay? Okay.
Second.
Okay. Do we want to take a vote on that? Okay. I'm going to do a roll, but my battery's dying, so hold on just a second. Goes so quick with the videos. All right, I'm back. I'm going to take a vote to that. Selectman Dykens.
Aye.
Selectman Metters.
Just for clarification, just for discussion purposes, right? All right, fine. Have a conversation.
Peter. Selectman Kokolas.
Aye.
Selectman Nicastro.
Again, for further clarification, so this is a motion to remand this matter to the Board of Health for further consideration.
Yes.
Well, I said for reconsideration of the beach opening or closing the beach.
Okay.
And how we could possibly, the question was, how could we possibly maintain appropriate social distancing on that tiny beach?
I vote aye.
Did I ask you, Peter?
Yes. Aye,
And
aye.
everybody's been asked? Okay. And chair says aye. All right. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Bob. All right. The next order of business
Thank you. I will
is,
convey that to the Board of Health.
thank you. And I'm sure Dan will, the Park and Rec is probably eyeballing this too. So,
Yes, I will. Thank you.
okay, thanks. Our next order is a downtown working group update, a revision to parking, and a discussion on the Hallett Lane parking. So I think Director of Community Development, Katie Donovan, are you on,
Yes.
Katie? Hi,
I
Katie.
am, Madam. Hi. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. And with me tonight are a few members of the working group. I know that obviously Selectman Nicastro, I believe Mary Kavanaugh and Susan Dim are both on the call as well to be here to answer questions. If you'll recall, back on June 16th, this board voted to create some parking restrictions along Main Street. So we had, it was voted for 14 spaces for curbside pickup and 4 spaces were designated as no parking. Since that time, we've actually removed 2 of the spaces around the area of the captain's table for curbside pickup because they were not, it was deemed that they were not needed. But we had stated that if we were to make any further restrictions, that we would come back to the board for a vote. And so the working group has received a request to add some additional curbside spaces in the area of 505 to 515 Main Street. So that would be the area around Bluefin, and the businesses that encompass that area. It's from Jack's down to the Children's Place. And so the idea is that that area is seeing a lot of traffic congestion due to the Bluefin Restaurant's takeout business. And so this request is not specifically coming from Bluefin. This is actually coming from some neighboring property owners or neighboring business owners relating to the traffic congestion in the area. So the request is to actually add an additional, it's approximately 1.5 to 2 spaces to basically even out that area that would be hatched for curbside pickup and takeout. So the working group, although they felt that it would definitely reduce the traffic congestion in that area, there was a concern about favoring one business over another. And so it was decided that we would bring it back to the board for their input and consideration. So as I stated, I'm happy to answer any questions, but also here are Mary Kavanaugh, Susan Dim, and also Selectman Nicastro are all on the working group.
Thank you, Katie. I just have a question for you, and I'm not sure if I heard it clearly or not. Did the working group do specific outreach to the other businesses in that area and get feedback from them?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yes, and so the idea was that, some businesses felt that it was working okay, and others felt that the additional spaces were warranted. So we heard back from 3 businesses in that area, and again, I think the further up towards the 505 area, those businesses aren't being as affected as the businesses further down towards 515 Main Street. So. And that's the area where the request is coming from, is the businesses down around that area.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess hear from Selectman Nicastro, he's on the working group, and any other working group members that would like to speak to the issue, and then the board. Dean, do you have?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to color the presentation that's going to come from Mary and Susan, but I've been very skeptical of this request. We discussed it at 2 different meetings, and we didn't really achieve a united consensus on it. The second meeting wasn't as well attended. And I've looked at the location several times, including as recently as last night during the business rush. We've got a lot of crosshatching there already. We've taken out 3 spaces, I believe. Katie can correct me if I'm wrong. This would add another space and a half. It's a long stretch that's going to be hatched. With respect to the source of the difficulty, it's really coming from one establishment, and that's the restaurant that has chosen as its business model to do takeout, and they've been very successful, and I'm very happy for them. I think that's a great thing. But there are other establishments in town, which have taken a different model of either dining in or a combination of dining in and dining outside, and they have incurred expense to do that. So it does concern me that the town is essentially being asked to address the problems that are the direct or appear to be the direct result of the business model that has been chosen. I understand that this particular restaurant has some parking area in the back, which they conceivably could use. With respect to the neighboring businesses, I saw 3 email responses that Katie received from 3 neighbors, 2 of whom essentially said they really didn't have a strong position either way, and only one really advocated for it. I know that Mary and Susan have talked with others, including Bluefins itself. So I have a really hard time, closing off another. I know we saved some spaces from in front of the Sarah Campbell, but I have a hard time closing off more spaces in addition to the 3 that we already have down there. If you walk up and down Main Street, I mean, there's some cosmetic downside to all this hatching. And I understand why we've done it. I think it was the right thing to do. We identified choke points so that people could make deliveries, so that people could, and I'm talking about UPS, FedEx, and food deliveries, and also so that pedestrians can circumvent larger groups that are on these narrow sidewalks. So those are my thoughts on it. I think I'm going to probably I'm going to find it very difficult to support this particular request, but Susan and Mary, I'm sure, are going to have some comments that we should listen to. Thank you.
Well, then why don't we jump to that and see if they're prepared to make Mary from the Mary Kavanaugh, the Director of Chamber of Commerce, and Susan Dim, who is the President of Chatham Merchants Association. Hi, Mary.
Hi, Madam Chair. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity. Basically, what we are trying to accomplish is to have a better traffic flow. And it's mainly during the hours of 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. But we requested for it to be set up this way all the time so that there wouldn't be confusion for people downtown. They would know that that's just always a short-term parking or pick up and drop off area. What happens is without this added space and a half, people can't properly pull in to the parking spaces. So they're sticking out while they're waiting for their pickup and just causing, traffic problems on Main Street. And then some people are parking in front of the alleyway between the children's shop and Fisherman's Daughter, which that's causing a problem too. So we were just thinking that with this added space and a half, it would make it easier for people to pull in, and it would improve the traffic flow and eliminate, hopefully, any traffic jams. There's been times when people just, they're not pulling in, and then other people are frustrated because they can't get down Main Street because a car is sticking out. So that was the reason for it. And just, it's also helpful to the other business owners in that area because then they don't have to deal with the public that is upset about the parking situation. So, and I don't know if Susan has any other comments as well.
Yes, you mentioned about parking in the back of Bluefins, the fire and the police. I had mentioned that as well. And in one of our meetings, they put the kibosh on that because they can't block that alleyway. It has to be an access point for them. The other concern was that there's a lot of pedestrian back, particularly for ducks in the window, because there's kids lining up to go in. And so the sidewalk's getting clogged. And that was another one of our concerns.
Okay, thank you, Susan. So the alleyway between Fisherman's Daughter and the children's shop, that's a private way, correct? That's private property. Okay, so they're using that. And,
or they're parking in front of it and, not moving, and then people can't.
Do you know if it's just pickup only, or is it pay and pickup from Bluefins? Is there any way that they could streamline that and get a quicker pickup?
They are taking Apple Pay now, but it's predominantly you do pay when you pick up.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Jeff, you had your hand up then, Corey.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I was going to suggest the very self-same thing, Shireen, that he change his business model so that any payment occurs up front. Would also suggest that he, you know, I'll start a delivery business for him because it sounds as though he can't keep up with demand. So he's clogging down Main Street as a result. So if this request came from the abutting businesses because of their businesses getting hurt, then I'm gonna listen very carefully. But I think some onus is on the owner of the Bluefin to change his business model so that he's not taking up all of Main Street. And I suggest, you know, you should deliver. Thank you.
Thanks. Corey, go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. I mean, I just want to make sure I'm very crystal clear because, you know, Bluefin's wonderful restaurant, excellent food. Frankly, one of my favorite restaurants in downtown Chatham. Never had a bad meal. You know, to talk about business models of a business, for clarity, you know, they have dedicated spaces out back. Couldn't they dedicate one of their spaces as a, you know, pickup site? And when you call in, all right, you're picking up in front, you're going to pick up out back, and you know, kind of balance out what is already out front of theirs. But you take one of their own dedicated spaces, and that's a secondary pickup area for the restaurant that people can come in, park, not obstruct anything, pay, pick up, and leave. And you can go right out the back way, no obstruction of any businesses, really no areas that people are queuing for lines. I'm thinking a simple solution like that would be, as you know, to free up their own space, their own business, in a sense of equity for everybody, and they could, you know, keep doing what they're doing, and they seem to be doing very well, and I applaud them for that. But I think there's got to be a balance. So I just wonder if there's been discussions about letting them use one of their own dedicated spaces to help alleviate the congestion out front of the restaurant. So,
Mary or Susan, can you speak to that at all?
Hi, it's Mary again. We have spoken to Bluefins, and as far as the parking in the back, that parking is used for their employees. And, you know, they have said that, you know, that they can't do that. And I also wanted to mention too, that this request is not coming from them. This request is coming from neighbors of them. So I just wanted to mention that as well.
Okay, thank you, Mary. Jeff,
Yep.
again?
Yeah, I echo Selectman Metters and Selectman Castro who mentioned the space in back. There's got to be at least 2 spaces back there where he could do pickup as well. And if their employees are parking there, goodness, you know, the employees need to park somewhere else. They want to keep their business. And I appreciate that this request came from the surrounding businesses. So that's why I've got a warm ear, to be honest with you, because I want them to succeed as well. But I think there are other things Bluefin can do to alleviate the congestion that we've suggested this evening.
Well, they did hire an additional person whose job is just to move the cars up, to make them move up, stay in line, and expedite the delivery.
Okay, thank you. Jean?
Yeah, just a couple of points. Now, last night when I went by there, I did it twice. Once around the 5 o'clock hour when I was walking, and the other was in my car around 7:45, 7:30, whatever. It looked to me like there were some people actually parked in the white spaces, the white lines, the white outline spaces that were looking to drive up. And there was a big gap between the lead car in that grouping and those farther up, although one car looked as though it was permanently parked and I didn't see a driver in it. I just wonder if, you know, we add this additional space and a half, if it isn't just going to push the line farther back. Secondly, I wonder if Katie, you know, and again, I respect the fact that Mary and Susan have talked with a number of people that we haven't heard from directly, including the Bluefins people who have, I understand, been very cooperative. But Katie received written responses from what I remember to be 3 people, and I wonder if Katie could read those to the selectmen, because I think that's very telling.
Katie, do you have those handy?
I do. If you could give me just a moment, I can pull those up if you give me just a second.
Okay. Jeff, your hand's still up. Was there something
No,
else?
I'm good. I'm good,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Okay. We're just going to wait for Katie to pull up her emails. This is where we need elevator music.
Do you want us to hum?
Peter, while we're waiting, go right ahead. You are muted, Peter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to wait till the end, but we're close anyway. I kind of agree with my colleagues that I've driven by there a number of times. The telling point is there's 2 points. One is it's been recommended by the other businesses, which to me is telling. The second is, if I just heard correctly, that they've hired somebody to keep the cars moving through. So that I would think that would alleviate some of the problem. I'm a little concerned, and I understand where Jeff Mr. Dykens is coming from when he says, the employees have to park somewhere else, but they end up parking on the street. That's not good. I know he doesn't mean that, but I don't know how many parking spaces they have back there, but I know a number of people that do pick up there, and they give them. I understand you get the credit card, the people come out and boom, they're gone. So I'm not sure I understand. All the issues that are in there, because I'm not down there all the time. Thank you.
Thanks. Katie, are you prepared?
I am, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Why don't you
Okay,
go ahead?
so the first one is from Colette Cummings from, let's see, Ducks in the Window. And her email said, the current situation has not impacted us at all. Not sure if it is worth changing. And the next came from Lori Fanning Smith. From Pine Acres, and she said it doesn't bother us. We are a walking destination and close by 5 p.m. Might help with the pickup people who can't tell a parked car from an occupied one. Thank you, Lori Smith. And then the last one is from Taylor Brown from the Fisherman's Daughter, and she says, thanks, Mary. I forwarded the info to Joe, which would be Joe at the children's shop. We feel as though the added parking for curbside pickup between 5 to 8 could help Bluefin's pickup with more, I apologize, it's a little grainy. So with further pickup and more ease during their busiest time to help alleviate the Main Street congestion in the area surrounding the prime pickup times, and hopefully create less confusion for customers that keep extending their vehicles into the driveway entrance of the children's shop / Fisherman's Daughter parking lot as a waiting area while waiting for the currently allocated curbside pickup spaces to become available. Because the new hash marks that have been painted in front of our driveway look like the curbside hash lines, maybe additional signage should be painted, and perhaps do not block entrance and no turning. In addition to the hash marks that have been applied to that area. And those were the 3 emails that were received.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Do we have any further discussion from the board or a motion at this time? All right, I'm not hearing a motion on this matter. No flavor. Okay. All right, so we no further discussion on this matter.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yeah.
just also along this agenda item was also for the revision to the parking along Main Street, but there's also a request for Hallett Lane.
Right, I have that next.
Okay.
That's a separate item listed. So we're just going to table this.
Is it possible for us to comment as
No, we're not making a motion on this, so there's no need. There's no action being taken on this item. Okay, we're going to move on to the next item, which is downtown working group update and revision to parking on, and we've done that. So it's Hallett Lane issue. So Katie, do you want to give us an overview on that?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, so the the town has received a request from Ellen Zayan, a volunteer coordinator for capabilities. They have requested 2 curbside pickup spaces along Hallett Lane across from their parking lot entrance. And basically, we've reached out to town staff as well as the Old Village Association, and everybody seems to be in favor of dedicating 2 spaces for curbside pickup for that purpose. And so I guess just leave it up to the board.
Okay.
Any questions?
Thank you, Katie. As a matter of information, Ellen had reached out to me and I forwarded this along, but they had been discussing this for a while. So I personally have no problem with capabilities having this area, but I have hands up all over the place. So Corey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I don't have any problems with this particular request. The only question I have, and it frankly applies to, I should have asked this actually in the last agenda, for the previous spots that we've hashed out. Our actions in dedicating these spots, is it a certain timetable we're allowing these to happen? Are they in perpetuity? Are we going to review them on an annual basis? Are we going to take them up individually one by one? Just from a procedural perspective, I mean, we don't know how long they're going to be needed, but are we putting any kind of mechanism that we're going to review them and maybe return them back to the inventory at some point, or reinforce that they stay in place for another year or a certain time period? So mechanically, I just throw that question out there.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may. So I think that the intent was that we would look to through the fall season and see if they were needed any further. And if they are not, we can certainly work with DPW to reallocate them back into the regular parking stream. And so I think that it was just, again, that's part of the reason why the working group was going to continue to meet, is to continue to assess the need.
Sounds good.
Okay, you all set, Corey?
All set.
Okay, Jeff, you had your hand up, and then Dean.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I move to support the request for 2 curbside pickup parking spaces along Hallett Lane across from Capabilities parking lot entrance.
Thank you, dear. Second on that from Peter, and further discussion from the board. Dean, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of questions for Katie. Katie, did you say that the Old Village Association is supportive of this or doesn't oppose it?
Yes, I reached out to Winnie Lear, and she said that the consensus of the board was that they were supportive of the spaces being allocated. Yeah. She did ask about some signage being removed further along Hallett Lane, and I'll work with DPW Director Tom Temple to get that done.
And what is the plan for designating this? Is it going to be hatched, or is it just going to be signage, which would seem to be the more appropriate thing on that street?
Actually, the request was from everybody that the hatch would actually be better for the visualization as people were pulling into the street. So right. That it would likely be a sign and some hatch marks as well. That would, again, those would be removed at the end of the season.
All right, thank you.
If necessary.
Thank you, Dean. Peter, you had your hand up, and then Jeff again.
Okay, just to make a point, the chief of police also supported this.
Thank you. Jeff.
Yeah, I would like to amend my motion to make it a temporary request to for curbside 2 curbside pickup parking spaces along Hallett Lane to be revisited, 10/31/2020. That's an arbitrary date this fall.
I'll second.
I'll remind my second.
Okay. All right, we've got that. Any further discussion from the board? Do we have any remote participants that would like to speak to this matter? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to take a roll vote. Selectman Dykens.
Aye.
Selectman Nicastro.
Aye.
Selectman Metters.
Aye.
Selectman Kokolas.
Aye.
And the chair says aye. All right. Thank you, Katie. And you'll be notifying Ellen as soon as possible?
Yes, I'll reach out with her to her tomorrow.
Thank you very much. I know she was anxious to get a decision. All right, so our next order of business is special town meeting 2020 articles review and ballot questions. Date, stormwater drainage project borrowing authorization article and debt exclusion ballot goes first. So Jill.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to provide the board an update. In your packet, there's information about the stormwater drainage article for borrowing authorization, as well as a potential special ballot question. And today, Dr. Bob and I discussed that a couple of things have happened since the report was written. So one is that the DEP has authorized us to extend our SRF funding application, which was an award, until November 30th, 2020. But in talking to staff about the projects, we are recommending actually that we not take action and to delay consideration to May 2021. As we look at the projects and the timing of it, and including one of the preliminary or primary concerns was on Kroll Road and the area around the DPW building and the drainage and so forth. A lot of that is going to be addressed in the phase 1 of that project, and that's already funded, and that's scheduled. I think it's out to bid at this time. So as we look at this, as you look at the staff report and see what can be funded through this, I think, and according to staff too, that this could be delayed and that the board may want to consider whether we actually need to call a special town meeting. I know this was an important item, and I know that there was a zoning bylaw amendment by the petitioner, which we can get to. Katie had contacted them, and I believe they might be on this call. So if we don't take action on the stormwater drainage SRF project, we still have to resubmit our SRF application, and that is due by August 23rd, 2020, and that would be a funding request for, again, May 2021, and that ballot question would be on the regular election ballot, town election ballot in May. So this would essentially provide us to not have to petition the Secretary of State to have a ballot question on the November presidential election. Okay. And again, a lot of details in here, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jill. Peter, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jill. That's in a way, I'm happy to hear that, because that was one of my concerns. I would assume that since we're in phase 1, part of the write-up talked about these are projects or components of the town's MS4 municipal separate stormwater system permit issued by Mass DEP and US EPA. So that would still be taken care of by the phase 1 portion, and the ability that we're going through, and the point that you're going through asking for the other funding in November. Is that correct? I mean,
yeah, but let's have Dr. Bob weigh in on that just to verify. There's 2 phases, especially to the Kroll Road, Stony Hill project area.
Yeah, thank you, Jill, Madam Chair. Yeah, the MS4 projects that we identified in this request for the appropriation, they don't have to be done under any specific time frame. So postponing them is not problematic. We have funded the phase 1 stormwater project for Kroll Road in response to the situation we have there regarding flooding of adjacent properties. The phase 2 money that's requested in this article could be postponed because we're actually out to bid right now, as Jill mentioned, with phase 1. Those bids are due the end of this month. That is going to be funded through some stormwater, some of the sewer project money, as well as Chapter 90 money. So phase 1 is all set and ready to go. Hopefully we'll have bids and construction with that will start early in the fall. And then phase 2, which involves primarily the DPW site, as well as further up Kroll Road to the east, that can be addressed a year from now without any issues.
Thank you.
Dean, you had your hand up.
Just to clarify, Dr. Duncanson, so what's in the works now, already funded as part of phase 1, includes the location in the vicinity of the 2 properties in particular that received significant flooding a couple of years ago. Is that correct?
That's correct. Phase 1 encompasses the basically the portion of Kroll Road from, say, just in front of the DPW building. And then as it starts to go uphill, Lake Street and also a small portion of Stony Hill, we'd be replacing all the stormwater infrastructure there that was identified as being contributing to the flooding problem. So yes, that will all be taken care of, hopefully this fall.
Is there anything farther down, moving southward from the DPW that is going to be addressed in phase 1 or even in phase 2?
No, that area from the DPW property and then further down Crowell Road towards Route 28, that will all be addressed as part of phase 2.
Okay.
But the infrastructure between there and the discharge to Frostfish Creek in front of the two properties that have received flooding, that infrastructure will all be taken care of during phase 1. So basically, to alleviate the flooding problem, we need to do phase 1, and that's what we already have in the works.
What's going to happen in phase 2 in terms of what's happening as you get closer to 28? What does that entail?
We'll be updating some of the stormwater infrastructure along that portion of Crowell Road as well. But that's not really the area where that's contributed the major portion to the flooding, because it's further upstream than where the flooding has occurred.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Jeff?
Yeah, I think this is really good news. Good work, Jill. Good work, Bob. I think we get the most needy project done now, and then we're able to defer the other projects till the annual town meeting, knowing that we can still get advantaged financing. So I think this is a really good outcome, and I thank you very much.
It's great. Any other comments? Any other questions? Dean, go ahead.
Another question about the phase 2. So we're going to be looking for a loan on that as well, a 2% loan from the Commonwealth. So is there a new filing period? Or are we applying by November 30th? Is that the plan for that money?
The new filing period is due August 23rd, which is next month for the next calendar year, so we have to get approval by town meeting in 2021 sometime before June 30th, 2021.
Yeah.
Okay, what was the November 30th date that you mentioned a couple of minutes ago?
If the board wanted to proceed with a ballot question on this November 2020 ballot for funding of phase 2, we had the extension to November 30th for that ballot question. And again, it has to be approved. It's given.
So I just wanted to make sure that with respect to phase 2, with respect to phase 2, we're going to have the opportunity to file an application for a 2% loan.
Yes, basically what we'll do, and I've already spoken to our engineers, we will basically just take the package that we submitted last August, in August of 2019, repackage it, update it as necessary, and we'll resubmit that package to DEP by August 23rd of this year. The intended use plan for 2021 under the SRF program will generally come out about January of next year if we're on that intended use plan, and I fully expect we would be, because DEP's already approved us this year. In conversations with our DEP rep, they indicated it's not unusual for towns to resubmit the same project because of timing issues. So there shouldn't be any issue. We would then, as Jill said, have until June 30th of next year to make the appropriation.
Thank you.
Any other further discussion? Jeff, your hand still up, or is that from before? Okay, so we don't need to take any action on this item if we don't want to proceed, correct, Jill?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so seeing that was the big ticket item, obviously. Do you want to proceed with where are we? Okay. Go ahead. Did somebody say something?
So this, Madam Chairman, is just an update on the library capital projects, and Terry Whalen had drafted a report and provided an update. He's on the call if you have any questions. And this was one of the items that potentially could have been funded at the special town meeting. It would just be a question if we would do a borrowing authorization, which then again would require a ballot question at the November presidential election if we don't want to call a special election, and also how to fund it. If it's from the tax levy, we would have to have our town meeting before the tax rate is set, and that's October 1st. So I'm not really sure the board was leaning either way, but we just felt it was time for the board to have some more information on this to help you with your decision making.
Okay, great. Terry, are you on the call? You're on.
Yes. Good evening.
Hi, Terry. Did you have anything you wanted to add to the presentation?
No, just again, just reiterate what Jill just noted. And again, just really to put and I think better encapsulate what transpired with the actions and capture those for to when we get back to a point where it makes sense to seek the funding and the sequencing.
Okay. All right.
For implementation.
Okay. Dean, you're the selectman liaison to the Eldridge Library.
Yes.
Would you like to weigh in on this?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I did speak with Jill following last week's trustees meeting, because I updated the trustees relative to the board's discussion about whether to even hold a special town meeting in September, as we had contemplated, and we actually voted to set a date, or whether the library projects, the remaining part of the envelope, the building envelope, and apart from the roof, and what's being called the site master plan, but I think we've more commonly referred to it as the landscaping project,
right,
could be delayed until the annual town meeting. There was significant, I would say, consternation from the trustees about further delays on this, and particularly with reference to the fact that the landscaping funding had been approved in, I think it was annual town meeting 2019, but we had repurposed those funds just on June 22nd of this year at our annual town meeting. I pointed out to them that there was some reluctance on the part of members of the board, some members of the board, myself included, to hold a special town meeting this fall, unless it was absolutely urgent, and that this, like all projects, these like all projects, had to be evaluated in terms of their urgency. So I wanted to relate that, and I certainly would be interested in seeing what other board members have to say, given what we just discussed about the stormwater, which I thought was the most significant project that might necessitate a special town meeting. It's personally hard for me to see the need to convene a special town meeting to deal with the library projects. The roof repairs, which was the most urgent piece, has been approved, has been funded, and will go forward. I think these particular items here can be deferred, although I do note Terry's recommendation splits up some of the items, and I think it's worth talking about them. He says, for example, continue planning efforts to refine and finalize the master plan, that's the landscape details, to address concerns with street tree, that's the big chestnut tree, and meeting project objectives. I think we should proceed with that. And frankly, I'm having a difficult time understanding why the tree issue hasn't already been resolved. I know we've had issues with COVID, but I get asked that question all the time at every meeting of the trustees. We have an arborist report. I think we need to get that included. Second, explore piggyback opportunities for potential savings with other planned or programmed downtown projects like the Main Street sewers, sidewalk upgrades, scheduled repaving of Library Lane. Jill and I talked about this the other day, and I think those should proceed. And I mentioned that to the trustees, and I think they would find that favorable. Electric panel equipment area roof, because we got a Green Communities grant, we have some options may be able to apply to these items, potentially reducing the funding request for the master plan project. So my point is there are several pieces of this whole business that I think we can proceed with now. And we could take the balance of these items, including the repurposing of what we might wind up needing, which may be less than the $443,000 that we took from the landscaping, and put that off for the annual town meeting, unless we find that there's a need for have a special town meeting for some other reason. I just don't think the library project is enough to justify having a special town meeting. Maybe others will feel differently. And then we can take the envelope issues. I wanted to ask Jill a question. I think you answered it, though. If this goes to the tax levy as opposed to borrowing, it's going to affect the 2020 tax rate, right? Jill?
Yes, it will.
And
21, actually, yeah.
Yeah, and if we're talking 852,000, I think that's about 14 cents on the tax rate. I think, and I'm not ready to add 1 penny more to the tax rate if I can avoid it. So, you know, this is a tough time to be raising taxes. We're already raising it a little bit. So,
Are you done, Dean? You sort of trailed off there. Okay.
Those are my thoughts. The trustees may not agree with me, but you know,
Okay.
We have a broader perspective we have to honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dean. Peter and then Jeff.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to mention some of the stuff that Dean said. I take a cue from some of our public input sometime and say I'm not going to say the same thing, but I probably will. But I agree. You know, the master plan, that my comment at the last meeting was that it was $444,000 is the number I remembered. That would have to go on I think on the tax rate. I don't know if this changes it. And it seemed to me that the issue that was involved with the tree and so forth hasn't been settled. Now you can argue about whether or not it should have been and who should have done it, and that's beside the point. The point is it isn't settled, so there's no reason to continue with this thing. Continue with trying to get money right now. And I agree, we could end up with some of the things that we're talking about here, especially on the last one when it comes to green communities. We may be able to save ourselves some money by the time we get to the annual town meeting. And I would agree that I don't think we should spend any money on this. I think we did the right thing in May, and I think we could, you know, sometimes there's an opportunity that you get when things don't go exactly the way you want, and this may be one of them. And it may be a way also to really get what I would hope the board at the library wants to do. And I especially spend a lot of time at that library, and so does my family. And I appreciate what they want to do, but I think right now is not the time to be worrying about the quote landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Jeff.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I think as long as we take care of the most pressing physical needs in the library, structural needs, meaning the roof, in the near term for right now, I think that's what we ought to do. I think we ought to defer any other larger capital expenditures for library repairs, including master plan, until our next annual town meeting. Anything in the interim that we can sync up with what the town is doing and/or further planning, we ought to do anyway. So we ought to do. So I'm in agreement with Selectman Kokolas and Selectman DeCastro. Thank you very much.
I have the same feeling on this as well. So I'm not going to get into details on it at all because it'd be reiterating. But Corey, did you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I think everything's been said. I'm comfortable deferring this until May. There's nothing pressing me to move this item alone to call a special town meeting. So no.
Okay. All right. Okay. So seeing all that, we don't have to take any action up on the ballot issue. So the next part of this is the 2020 annual town meeting article status. Jill, do you want to give us a little overview and punch us up on this, and then we can talk about it?
Sure. So the only other articles remaining relate to the CPA items that were not acted upon for June 22nd, and those are available. If you refer to the scorecard that I provided you, it shows the status of where they are, including the dollar amounts. So if we look at that, the one new item that came up was Old Comers road safety improvements. That's about 72,000 plus or minus. And that the board had said if there was a town meeting, that there potentially be consideration of that as a transfer from free cash. The reestablished revised waterways user revolving fund, I think that could wait. I do know Shellfish Advisory wants to meet with a waterways advisory committee, and they can do that before the May annual town meeting. And then as we move further down, a couple of the items like the land, it's item Y, the land easement to Star Electric for Eversource. They're working under a license right now, so that's not going to expire, and they can continue with that work. And we would take it to town meeting in May. And then this is an item that didn't make it to the June 22nd town meeting warrant, was the reuse of 127 Old Harbor Road. And we talked about that, some potential issues with the codicil and getting it transferred so that it could be used for affordable housing or otherwise. And there's still some more work to be done. Then you had a couple of general bylaw amendments, as you know, the change in the date, time, and town meeting. And one is a carryover from last May, which is the name change of the select board. And I think there's been some recent correspondence with you by those petitioners. And then we get into the double letters of the petitioned articles. And I know that Shauna can report on her contact with the petitioners, and Katie as well with the zoning bylaw, petition zoning bylaw amendments.
Okay. Shauna, do you want to kick this off, and then Katie can weigh in on the others as far as what you've heard? Thank you.
Sure. The four petitioners for non-zoning articles were all reached out to get their input on whether they felt these needed to be acted upon in the fall, or if they could be deferred until the annual town meeting in the spring. Of the four, Susanna Nickerson, who is a petitioner for the commercial plastic water bottle ban, prefers the fall. Mr. Taylor, who petitioned for it's right out of my head, the tax exemption, residential, thank you, residential tax exemption, requested that be acted on as soon as possible. Mr. Farkas, who petitioned for the policy, the climate policy, said that if there is a September town meeting, they would like to see it on there, but if they're okay postponing until spring. And Mr. Hessler for the COA facility on Stepping Stones Road prefers that both his petitioned article and the board sponsored article for 1610 Main Street be taken up in the spring.
Okay, great. Thank you. Katie, do you want to weigh in on what you have learned? And then I'll bring it back to the board and the petitioners for any feedback.
Great, thank you. Yes, so the article relating to the extension of the GB1 zoning district, I reached out to Attorney Litchfield, who is representing Ray and Judy Braz, and he informed me that they are agreeable to further postponing the article to the May town meeting. I also reached out to David Nixon as the chair of the Zoning Board of Appeals. It was the ZBA that was the petitioner for the article relating to the clarification of the definition and sizes and exemption of coverage for calculation of small sheds, and he indicated that that petition could also wait until the annual town meeting of 2021. And I also spoke relating to the article for the proposed Main Street Theater Overlay District. I spoke with Greg Clark from Alexandra Properties. He indicated to me that if the petition were not to be heard until the 2021 annual town meeting next May, that the theater opening would likely be delayed by about a year. It was his intent to aim for the opening of the theater in February of 2022, but if the petition were delayed until May, that would likely push the theater opening until the following winter. And I believe Mr. Clark may be present on the call if you have any questions for him.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we reach out to the petitioners to speak, and then we'll bring it to the board. I know that Susanna wanted to say something. Susanna, are you still on the call?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
You can hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Susanna Nickerson. I am the petitioner in Chatham of the Cape-wide commercial single-use plastic water bottle ban. At the present time, there is nearly unanimous agreement that climate change is a reality and there is urgency for climate action. Our single-use plastic water bottle ban is both a sensible and practical action to address climate change, an action that desperately needs to occur. This ban provides an opportunity to take an action in a way that will not only affect greenhouse gas emissions, but will also raise awareness. Plastic emissions presently account for double the impact of airline greenhouse gas emissions, and while based on present usage, will quadruple by 2050. This equates to almost double the amount of emissions from all fire-powered plants, from all coal-fire-powered plants. In addition to this, the leaching of chemicals from plastics into air, water, and food supplies is connected with human health issues, from ADHD to endocrine disruption, cardiovascular, and autoimmune disease. We as a society must radically reduce our use of plastics, and we must increase our understanding of how plastics affect other species that share our planet. 1 year is too long to wait. This is a time for positive action, and action that will help us all. I support a vote on the commercial single-use plastic water ban at the fall town meeting, if at all possible. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Susanna. Are there any other petitioners on the call that want to speak to their article?
Good evening. This is Greg Clark with Alexander Properties. How are you?
Hi, Greg. Fine. Go right ahead.
So yes, as Katie said, the thought was if there is a fall meeting and our petition is voted on and approved, the timing would be that we would hope to be open by the spring for some individual performances and then be ready for the 2022 summer season. And if the vote gets pushed till the springtime, the issue will be with the summer months, we'll probably have less productivity on getting the documentation completed and going through the approval process for what we're planning to do or hoping to do. And we would probably not be open until the late winter to spring of 2023. So it's just a matter of, we've already had 2 years, 2 summer seasons without the program. We can try to reduce it to only 1 more, or it may be 2 more. We understand that this is not critical compared to what's going on in the world today. But if there is a town meeting in the fall, we would like to have our petition on that vote also. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to ask whoever just logged on to maybe mute their mic, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clark. Are there any other petitioners to speak to any of the petition articles before we go back to the board? Okay, seeing none. Corey, you had your hand up first if you want to weigh in.
Sure. I'm just with Mr. Clark and the Monomoy project. The theater project. Excuse me. I think we all expect delays in just about everything these days with the pandemic, and we have a lot of unknowns going on. So I think we're going to get delays in every realm of dealings throughout everyone's daily routine. But the scope of the project would still be consistent with its original intent, is my understanding from the comments that were just made. And I think Mr. Clark even commented how this is, you know, in the grand scheme of things, you know, this is, he says it's very important, but there's other things that are so much more important. I mean, I wouldn't be terribly opposed to having a special town meeting on such a narrow item if there was enough support. I mean, it does seem to have some traction with a lot of other groups in town. The feedback has been mostly positive. And if it made sense to be able to hold a special town meeting to consider such an item, you know, we've done it before in other projects, the Eldridge Garage parking. I'm not opposed to it, but I'm not gonna press it either. I mean, I think we got to be conscious of the reality of what we're dealing with. You know, this is something that could come together without much opposition. I wouldn't mind having a special town meeting for something like this, but I also I don't want to press it either.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Dean and then Peter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to direct a question to Greg Clark. So, Greg, your response to the idea of postponing the consideration to May was essentially a timing response. I didn't hear you say, and I just want to make sure it's clear, that the project itself would be at risk of being changed to something other than what you proposed, which drew considerable and frankly unanimous support from the Board of Selectmen, the Planning Board, and the Finance Committee. Everyone in town seems to like what you're planning to do. Is there any real risk that that might not happen from the delay, other than the circumstances that no one can predict in today's society?
I mean, you just said it right there. The unknown is unpredictable. So, you know, what happens if the entire entertainment industry changes, and you know, the idea of people going to see shows becomes a real serious issue and real problem that affects the finance of that business. We can't determine that. What I can tell you is this: if there are other factors. I mean, we intend to stay with the plan that we had submitted to those different boards you just mentioned. In fact, we're actually coming back. We just recently submitted, we're looking to amend it where we're reducing the number of overall units. We felt after we've done layout on the property that we think the number of buildings we had originally proposed was too much. We got a little feedback from some different members in town on it, and we agreed, and we're actually going to propose to reduce the number by 2 buildings. So, but the plan would still be to do exactly the program we talked about. There are other factors that could come into play also. You know, if the economy changes, even if for the worse, there are other potential ramifications on the financing and so on. And the other thing too is we could also undertake other developments that take up our time, that don't allow us to jump right back at it next summer, that it ends up pushing it out even further. But all these things are unpredictable. We can't guess as to what will happen.
I appreciate that response, and I think that's very helpful to us. We're all very enthusiastic about this project. It's a fabulous project, I think. It's very challenging, but I think it's a really good thing. I personally believe we've already had 2 special town meetings too many in this calendar year. And I voted against both of them. But I guess I might be inclined along the lines that Corey said, if there was sentiment enough to want to have a special town meeting outdoors in early September that was limited to this item and possibly 1 or 2 petition articles that folks really want to get done, I certainly would entertain that idea. I don't know if I'd vote for it necessarily, but I would like, that's something I would be willing to consider. So I don't have anything more to say at the moment.
Okay, anybody else want to weigh in on this? Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last week I mentioned that My thought was we didn't need a special town meeting except for some questions on a number of articles. One was, most important one to me was stormwater. Next was the library with about the 400 and some odd $1,000. And the next one was this article. I understand the two issues on climate change. And I understand that you know, there's a backing for that, and I'm supportive in some ways, with the exception. I have a question on the plastic bottles, because we're talking about affecting commercial businesses, and that I don't think was going to be easy. So I think that has to be delayed. On this issue, I'm you know, sort of arguing with myself, but not having unknowns and what could happen to the business if we did go and approve it, those unknowns are still there, and we could approve that kind of zoning change, which I appreciate, and I want this. I think they're doing the right thing with downsizing it a little bit by a building or two and making it you know, a big A and little a. But that's not going to change whatever we put in. Maybe they'll be able to work towards it. I can understand that, and it's a business decision. And I'm certainly not qualified to in this area to go with how they're going to have, what kind of business model they're going to have. But I don't see a critical need to have a special town meeting. I just don't see it. We're going to spend that money again for a special town meeting. The critical items I said, like stormwater and the excuse me, and the pub and the library, and the others, to me, given the circumstances we're in, given the uncertainties that we have, I think we can delay a town meeting. How many people are going to show up anyway? If they did pretty well, we got a couple of hundred people, but if we have anything that's on that town meeting that's a problem, and I see where there could be a number of issues, it's not going to be a simple town meeting, and people may not get what they want. So I would prefer to delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Anybody else want to weigh in? Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I would prefer to delay as well. We've deferred every other article, any other major issue on a potential warrant to the spring, and I would consider that delaying this one. I know we have the vagaries of the market and the economy, et cetera. I would argue that maybe next May we'll know with more certainty whether or not people can reaggregate and get together again in a theater or a movie theater or to watch a play. We'd have greater clarity then on the viability of the project. I think there's less clarity now on erecting a theater, if you will. And I'm not a developer, but I would think that delaying, we get, perhaps we'll have a vaccine, perhaps there'll be some insight as to how we can get together more safely, et cetera. So I'm fairly comfortable in deferring this one until May as well. And I strongly echo, I don't want Mr. Clark to get any kind of negative vibe from me as a selectman, but what a wonderful project. You've got 100% support up and down this whole town. So I would certainly hope you'd stay on the same course and not take the notion that some of us maybe don't want a town meeting this fall to heart, or as an indication that we don't support the project, because we really, really do. The whole town does. So I really hope you continue with it.
Thank you, Jeff. I could say the same thing. I'm really, I don't have any desire for a special town meeting, and I was really somewhat relieved when the town, Jill and Dr. Duncanson and staff came up with solutions to some of the issues. And there was a lot of moving pieces to put it together, and I just don't feel like we should go forward with a special town meeting at all. Again, I appreciate the petitioners and the articles that have been put forth before us, but I think we need to defer it out to an annual town meeting. We've got a lot of uncertainties going forward as far as where the pandemic is headed, what our everything about our future is uncertain right now. So saying all that, I don't know if there's any other comments that anybody wants to make in relationship to any of the petition articles. Dean, I didn't know if you wanted to speak to the name changing or any of that. Yes. Corey's got his hand up. So Corey, is this relevant to
Yeah.
okay, why don't you go ahead, Corey, and then.
Just a simple comment. I probably shouldn't even say this, but I'm going to probably put my foot in my mouth on this one. You know, if this board is missing the mark and that some of these petition articles, you know, the people that the community feels very, very strongly should have a special town meeting, there's a mechanism to get the 100 signatures and move it forward for a special town meeting. So if the citizens feel we're missing the mark and all, there's still a tool for a special town meeting to be called. I don't think we're missing the mark. I think we're handling this very professionally, balancing the needs of so much out there. You know, I'd love to be able to move some of this forward, but I think we are doing a good job balancing it. So, I mean, there's a mechanism out there for if we are missing the mark, which I don't think we are.
Okay, thanks. Dean, did you want to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a final comment on the prior topic. We are all reluctant to have a special town meeting, and I think we've got a sense of majority of the board, and I'm comfortable with not taking this up in the fall, but I'm equally, as Selectman Steichen said, this is really a terrific project, and we do support it, and we will continue to watch it. With respect to the article on the name change for the select board, bylaw amendment, which is listed on the matrix as item BB, I had some communication from Dr. Selden and Debbie Aikman, who were the co-sponsors of the petition article that was approved, a non-binding resolution back in May 2019 at the annual town meeting, which authorized the Board of Selectmen to petition the General Court for a special act to amend the charter. So there are two tracks here. One is to amend the charter, and the other is to amend the town bylaw. And town council has said basically you can't amend the town bylaw without amending the charter. So in the Selectmen, we put forward, but then deferred an article, this article here, to change the bylaws. We included some language that said that bylaw would not be effective until the charter change took place. What needs to be done is the authorization by the legislature or a charter change that comes through the Charter Review Committee. But we know the Charter Review Committee hasn't been able to meet, and that's a long process. So we have the authority and actually the request of town meeting, the advice of town meeting in May, to go ahead and file a petition with the legislature for a special act to amend our charter. And I think we should do that now. I think we're going to hear from Dr. Selden and or Ms. Aikman, who are on the call. But I think that's something we can do now. I don't think we have to take any vote tonight. I think Jill can proceed to ask town council to draft an appropriate piece of legislation. I know we've talked about this in the past, and I've discussed it myself. So I would hope that could be done and that be brought back to the Board of Selectmen expeditiously, so then we could vote to approve it and approve its filing with the legislature. They could get that filed. I know that in the broader context, there was some notion that there was going to be a statewide piece of legislation applicable to every town. I don't know where that is, but we can certainly do something on our own because other towns have done something in this order. And this is 2020, the 100th anniversary of women's suffrage, and I think it would be appropriate if we can't get the bylaw changed until May, at least get the charter changed by the legislature. So that would be those are my comments.
Thank you, Jean.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. I think it's Florence Selden.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The request to the legislature would be a special act for the name change. I don't believe it's to change our charter. We would still go through the same charter review process. A number of towns in the Commonwealth have done that. It doesn't take too long. All you have to do, I'm sure that Town Council, Pat Costello, would find language that other towns have used as models, and you petition the legislature for a special act to change the name. And then at some future time, the Charter Review Committee would take care of the changes in the charter going through their process, which requires vote by the town meeting, and then the bylaw again by the vote by the town meeting. We hope that you will do this. It had overwhelming support in May 2019, and somehow we all dropped the ball and didn't make that request for a special act for the legislature. It took 72 years from the Seneca Falls Convention in 1848 to August 26, 1920, when the 19th Amendment was ratified. So I'm hoping that it won't take us that long. And all we're asking is for the board to petition the legislature for a special act for a name change. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Florence. Dean, you raised your hand again.
Well, I could support what Dr. Selden just said. I just wanted to point out that Florence's petition, which was adopted by town meeting, talked about a charter change enacted by the legislature, which is one way you can get your charter change, and you don't have to go through the charter review process.
That's true.
Pardon me?
No, that's true. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't care which way you do it. If it seems to me that's probably what town council is going to suggest doing, but I would let Jill talk to town council and come back to us with the language that they think advisable. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. Does anybody want to make a motion on that, or do we want to just refer that back to Jill to bring something forward? How do you want to do that?
I guess it's within the purview of the agenda, but it says all other articles, and the article is a bylaw change. I suppose we could have a motion. I don't know that it's necessary.
I don't think it is.
All right. Okay, we'll move it forward that way. All right. So, are there any other petitioners or people that want to weigh in on our on the articles that we were considering? Dean?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if there's no other comment, I would like to move that the board rescind the calling of the special town meeting on September 19th, 2020.
Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right. Anybody else want to weigh in on this issue?
Elaine Gibbs.
Okay. Anybody else? Seeing none. All right. Go ahead, Elaine.
Yeah, this is just a point of information. I have no problem with you changing your names to select board, but should part of it be how we address you? Is that in there? I might have missed it, but how do we refer to you folks going forward if that gets passed? Or should that be part of the warrant article down the road?
I think that might be an ongoing discussion that we take up that matter as we go forward.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. Any other, anybody else want to speak to the motion? All right. Hearing none, we'll take a vote. Selectman Dykens.
Aye.
Selectman Metters.
Aye.
Selectman Nicastro.
Aye.
Selectman Kokolas. Selectman Kokolas. I didn't hear you, Peter. Try again.
It's off. Aye.
Okay. Okay, there you go. And the chair says aye. All right, great. So we will not have any special town meeting. Jill, did you need to weigh in?
No, just thank you.
Okay. All right. All right. So let's see where we're at. Consider permanent drainage infrastructure easement and temporary construction easement for new sewer pump station off of Meeting House Road / Old Queen Anne Road. I believe this is again Dr. Duncanson.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, we're building a wastewater pump station on Meeting House Road on the property of number 607. As part of that, we needed to relocate some existing drainage that's on Meeting House Road because the pump station and the drainage are both at the low point of the road. Normally, we would simply relocate the drainage to the opposite side of the road. That is not an option here because the opposite side of the road is all old cranberry bog and wetlands. So we've been working with the abutter to the property where the pump station is going to be located to relocate the drainage on their property. They basically have a panhandle. It's actually 1443 Old Queen Anne Road, and basically it's accessed off Old Queen Anne Road, but they have a panhandle lot that comes all the way down to Meeting House Road. And you should have had a copy of the plan as part of your packet. And so we have been working with that abutter and have basically drawn up a drainage easement that would accomplish two things. One, there would be a permanent easement of approximately 529 square feet upon which or in which we would locate new leaching catch basins that would be tied to the existing catch basin that's out on Meeting House Road and would divert the stormwater back into the ground, as well as a temporary construction easement to allow completion of the wastewater pump station and all the landscaping and whatnot. So, and as part of that, we've been working with the abutter. Normally, we get drainage easements as a gift to the town, so there's no cost. In this case, because it is in the panhandle of the lot, and at some point, the owners are contemplating their children building a second house on the property once the larger property is subdivided. We agreed to, when we restore the property, rather than restoring it back as natural vegetation, we would put in a gravel driveway for them. And we would extend the sewer lateral and a water service up through, approximately that area just where we're working. And then they would have to finish that once they decide to go ahead and build the house to bring those services up to the house. But it would negate having to disturb the driveway once it's installed. So that's what's before you tonight. The property owners have signed off on the easement document, but I need the board to vote on it, and then we will go ahead and get it recorded at the registry and provide a copy of the recorded easement back to the property owner.
Okay.
So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Dr. Bob or a motion on this matter? Go ahead, Dean.
Yep, Dr. Duncanson, there is a reference to a second plan under paragraph 3, section 3, the restoration, second paragraph. This relates to the gravel drive and so forth that's going to be done. It says HSC number 1443. That's not a recorded, is that a recorded plan? It's not, it doesn't show any document number or book and page. So is that?
No, it doesn't need to be a recorded plan. That's our engineering plan that shows where the water service will be, where the sewer lateral will be, and the gravel driveway.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move we approve this as proposed and recommended by staff.
Do I have a second on that matter?
Second.
Second. All right. Any further discussion from the board? Jeff?
Just briefly, I thought the creative solution to a little horse trading there was pretty creative, Bob. So I think that's a good job.
Madam Chair, I may have to amend the motion.
Okay.
That we accept and sign the easement document to allow recording at the registry. Are they going to accept electronic signatures? This is land court.
No, they will have to be wet signatures. So I'll work with Shauna to make it available for you folks to sign.
That's my motion, and perhaps a second to acknowledge that change.
Second.
Okay. And who is the second? I'm sorry.
Corey.
Corey seconded. Okay. And any further discussion on this? Any discussion from the remote participants? Any questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll take a roll call vote. Selectman Nicastro.
Aye.
Selectman Metters.
Aye.
Selectman Dykens.
Aye.
Selectman Kokolas.
Aye.
And the chair says aye. Okay, thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
All right, great. All right, the next order of business is the Trap Dock Waterfront Project. Consider funding knee wall on the Stage Harbor Yacht Club. area. So Bob, do you want to give us a little rundown on this?
Yeah, just quickly, as the board's aware, we recently finished construction of the trap dock facility. And as part of that, we installed basically what we're calling a knee wall, which is a bulkhead that's only about a foot or so above the mud line. It runs perpendicular to the shoreline and then parallel to the shoreline in between the trap dock and the Stage Harbor Yacht Club property. So if you're familiar with what we call the sick bay, which is the gap in between the trap dock and the Stage Harbor Yacht Club property, we call that the sick bay. And the town would like to be able to dredge that sick bay out at some point in the future. In fact, we're working on permits for that dredging right now. But one of the things we were concerned about is once the trap dock is constructed, and obviously it is, but once the Stage Harbor Yacht Club constructs their new pier, which they plan to do this fall, we wouldn't be able to get underneath either of those piers to deal with any sediment issues. So to prevent sediment from sloughing into the dredged area in between, we basically created this knee wall, which, as I said, described is a bulkhead. Basically, it only extends up about a foot. And its intent is basically to, once we dredge in the sick bay, is to keep sediments from sloughing into the dredged area and, you know, requiring us to dredge more often and remove greater volume. So one of the issues when we were working on a combined pier with the yacht club next door, that knee wall originally went on all three sides. So it went under the trap dock, across the north end, and then underneath where the Stage Harbor Yacht Club pier is. So basically a U shape underneath the two piers and connected. When we separated the projects because we couldn't come to agreement with the Stage Harbor Yacht Club, we went ahead because of timing and had the knee wall installed underneath the trap dock project, because once the pier is constructed, you can't access that area anymore. You know, so we wouldn't have been able to do it at some point in the future. We subsequently had conversations with the folks at the yacht club. They are not adverse to us putting in the knee wall, but obviously they don't want to pay for it. So we had some conversations with town council about the use of public funds on their side, basically. And I included town council's email back to Jill and I, indicating that, you know, there is justification for use of town funds on that, basically underneath their pier. It will be constructed below the mean low water line, so it's basically on Commonwealth tidelands. It's not on private property. And so because there is a direct benefit to the trap dock project in terms of keeping the sick bay area from being silted in, town council felt we could clearly make the argument that there's a substantial public benefit to doing so. So we brought it to you tonight because this would be basically an add-on to the trap dock project. We have to put it out to bid separately, just because, you know, it's basically a new project. It's going to be over $100,000. So we're currently working with our engineers as well as the trap dock engineers to get a bid out on the street as quickly as we can, get those bids received back so that we could get this work done before the yacht club is prepared to start doing the work on their pier. Obviously, their pier would need to be demolished first. Then we would quickly go in, get this knee wall in. Probably wouldn't take more than, you know, a couple of weeks or even a week and a half or so. It's not a big area, and it's not a complicated project once, you know, the pier is out of the way. When we originally, when we bid the trap dock project, I looked at the bids that we had received for how much the knee wall was going to cost on the town side, basically. And those bids ranged from 75 to 143,000. So we would anticipate that putting the knee wall on the other side will be somewhere in a similar range. So we wanted to bring it back to you folks to get your endorsement of installing the knee wall onto that side, as well as the use of the waterfront bond to pay for it, because that's what we use to pay for the majority of the trap dock project. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Bob. Couple questions. So, so that cost will include the engineering and any, will you have to do any bore tests or any sediment tests or any of that sort of thing to design or construct the knee wall? Is that all inclusive?
No, I wouldn't anticipate, because we have all that from the trap dock project right next door. I mean, we're only talking, we're within 50 feet of where the existing knee wall is, so we know what the conditions are. So, unless we hit something unexpected, which is always possible, there wouldn't be need to do that. And we won't need much engineering, because basically we have the design that was done on our side. We're basically just going to flip it to the other side. So
Okay.
The plan and the engineering should be relatively quick.
So if I'm standing on the trap dock, well, if I'm standing on the yacht club, and facing the water, is the knee wall on the west side of the Stage Harbor Yacht Club, or will it be on the east side?
It'll be on the east side. Just
okay.
So basically, you'd have their pilings on the east side. So you'd have the sick bay, you'd have their set of pilings holding up their pier, and then just inboard of those pilings would be where the knee wall is located.
The knee wall. Okay, now I recall the design from before. Yep. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, and so that will deter any shoaling in that area and allow for more access to the side there, which is, okay. All right. Any questions from the board? Jeff, your hand's up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Bob. Is this poured concrete, and how tall is it?
No, it would be made out of the same FRP bulkhead material that we used in the trap dock.
Okay.
So basically, if you see Old Mill Boatyard or the trap dock where we put the bulkheads along the shore in, we use that FRP material. We use that same material for the knee wall on the town side, and we would use the same material on the yacht club side. So no poured concrete.
This literally runs underneath the Stage Harbor Yacht Club, inside their first row of piers.
Yep. Okay. Underneath their pier, just inboard of the outermost pilings along the sick bay.
In terms of financing, do we know what we have left in that waterfront bond?
I haven't done an accounting recently, because we're just trying to close out the fish pier observation deck, and we're trying to close out the trap dock project. But I would say we probably are somewhere between, say, $6 and $6.5 million remaining.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Actually, maybe a little bit more than that, maybe closer to 7.
Okay, thank you. Corey, you had your hand up.
Yeah, no, I'm supportive of this. I mean, yes, it is $75,000 to $143,000 range, but if we don't do it and we have to dredge out some stuff there, we all know there's a significant cost in that. So for long-term planning, I think this makes a lot of sense. So I support it.
Okay, great. Jean and then Peter.
So Bob, just to sum up, so the entire funding of this is going to come out of the waterfront bond. It's not going to go on the tax rate, except indirectly as debt service in the future.
Right, that's correct. Right.
And this is going to be located on the licensed property, I guess. I don't know if Stage Harbor Yacht Club owns the fee in that piece of water, but they have a license for it. Who's going to own this piece of construction? Is the town going to own it, or is it going to be shared ownership, or is it Stage Harbor's, because it become their fixture?
No, the town would continue to own this, and in my conversations with town council, there would be some agreement drawn up between the town and the yacht club that memorializes that this is, the town of Chatham's. And then we would we had discussions about under whose Chapter 91 license from the state this would be permitted under. And originally we were thinking we were just permitted under the yacht club's Chapter 91 license. But we just learned that license, they expected that license to be issued last week or out for public comment. So then in subsequent discussions, we thought it might actually be easier to amend the town's Chapter 91 license for the trap dock, just to include the additional linear feet of the knee wall as the most clear cut. That way it's clear that has nothing to do with the yacht club. It's all the town. It's under our license, and we would have whatever kind of agreement the attorneys deem appropriate.
We'll own it and we'll maintain.
Excuse me?
We will be the owner, and it will be our obligation to maintain it.
Yeah, and as I said, maintenance really wouldn't be an issue because it'll be under a pier and won't be accessible.
Okay.
And the FRP sheets are designed to have a 75 to 100-year life. So, it's not the kind of thing that we have to go in and paint or fix or whatever. Once it's in, it's in.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, Dr. Bob answered the one I had, Dean's second question. But I'll show my ignorance. Is there any benefit to Stage Harbor Yacht Club by us doing this?
No direct benefit to them other than if they, want to cooperatively with the town use the sick bay. Obviously having it dredged out is advantageous to both sides. But other than that, this is underneath their pier, just like it's under our pier. And, unless you knew it was there 5 years from now, you probably won't know it's even there.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you. Can we get a motion on this to endorse? Anybody want to make a motion?
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
I request that the board endorse the installation of the knee wall extension under the Stage Harbor Yacht Club Pier and the use of the waterfront bond to finance.
Do you have a second? Who said the second? Okay. Any further, thank you. Any further discussion from the board? Any remote participants that would like to ask any questions or respond to the motion?
Yes, Elaine Gibbs.
Anybody else? Okay, Elaine, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the winner here is the Stage Harbor Yacht Club. We're paying $140,000 for this wall. Yes, it's going to benefit us, but they would have had to do it otherwise. We keep saying it's not going to affect the tax rate, but we approved $11 million for the waterfront. We keep eating away at that, and this is another $140,000. Yeah, maybe we'll own it now, but I think that we've got to start being better negotiators. I can't believe we're paying for this when it's basically the yacht clubs. And they said, we're not going to talk anymore. And now we have to pay it. And we're reducing that 11 million quickly. We're going to run out of projects or dollars to complete our waterfront projects.
Thank you. Bob, so you, to reiterate what you had spoken to before, this was to protect the trap dock from having sand spill into the area where we would like to have boats come in, and that this was part of the original design previously. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It was part of the original design. The yacht club does not need this for their purposes. We really wanted to be able to dredge out that western face of the trap dock to ensure that the deeper draft fishing vessels can access that face of the new pier.
Thank you. Any other discussion from the board or remote participants? Okay, hearing none, let's take a vote on this. Selectman Dykens.
Aye.
Selectman Kokolas.
Aye.
Selectman DeCastro.
Aye.
Selectman Metters.
Aye.
And chair says aye. Okay, great.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right. So our next order of business, which I just looked, is to consider the Board of Selectmen meeting efficiency draft policy. If you all remember, last week we had a board discussion about becoming more efficient in our meetings, and we, sort of bumped around some ideas and concept pieces, and tasked Shauna to come back with what conceivably was some of our recommendations. I just want to reiterate to everybody that this is not any attempt to stifle any public comment. This is not any attempt to of the sort. What we're trying to do is this is about efficiency, and I think that the way that we have set this recommendation up for the board to consider is a way for people that can weigh in early on issues and be able to prepare to speak to those issues in a substantive manner. We are the deliberating body, and we do accept public comment. We always have, but what we wanted to do was to balance. Balance. Whoever is speaking, could you mute your computer, please? Can you guys all hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, I just wanted to get through. We went through and in your packet, you'll see what the, the protocol would be for a meeting. My responsibilities or the chairperson's responsibility, our meeting minutes approval. The public comments and agenda items would remain the same, except that we would have comments, public announcements and agenda items requests would remain the same, but then we would add public comments and agenda items. And that's where the public could weigh in on any of our agenda items going forward. We also talked about a consent calendar, which is described in the packet, and public hearings and our recess and adjournment. So I guess you guys have all had a chance to take a look at this and to, I'm interested to hear what your feedback is on the policy and to further discuss this and move forward in discussion. So I don't know who put their hand up first because my head was down in a piece of paper. So I'm going to go with Corey first and then Jeff.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I have several comments on the draft. One, I'll start with public comment on agenda items. From just purely an efficiency perspective, I believe that having public input during the dialogue of an agenda item is more efficient. There's a back and forth. There's a question, answer, input type process that I think is more efficient. Having public comment at a set time prior to the board having their dialogue. There's so many unknowns out there. I don't think it would lead to a more efficient conversation and deliberation process. I'd actually be more concerned it would add more time to our meetings. I've said my piece last week on that one, but I don't particularly like this particular draft line item. On the consent agenda, I have absolutely no issue exploring the consent agenda on the mechanics of it. It may work, it may not work. I don't know. I would just ask for clarification on in the middle of the paragraph, in the middle of the page 2, paragraph goes, if a board member feels a consent agenda item requires greater discussion or consideration, comma, or if he or she disagrees with the approval of an item. My question on that last part of the sentence is, so if we had a consent agenda and it passed, but I disagreed with it passing, I would be able to bring it back up for reconsideration as a standalone item? I guess I'm looking for some clarification on that language there to be fully clear of what the policy or procedure would be on that. And my final comment goes into the public hearing when you talk about public, and this is specifically for public hearings. The very last sentence, or the very first sentence on page 3, says any written correspondence received by the board that was not included in the posted meeting documents will be read into the record and attached to the meeting minutes. On my belief, based on previous discussions we've had, that for a public hearing that we will read all correspondence at the public hearing, whether it be provided to prior to the meeting or last minute that was not made into the packet. So I don't want to exclude the reading of public input for public hearings, regardless of when it was submitted to the board. So those are my 3 comments, and I'll step back.
Thanks, Corey. I can agree with you on the all written comment piece for the public hearing. If the board members feels a consent agenda item requires greater discussion or consideration, or if he or she agrees with the approval of the item, I'm a little sketchy on that one too. So I'm not really sure if that was something that came up in our conversation last week or not, but we can certainly speak to it. I know Shauna has her hand up, so maybe she can help explain it. Shauna?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The approval piece, the board member may not feel that an item contained in the consent agenda needs greater discussion or consideration. They might just feel that it should not be approved with the other articles, with the other items, so that they can just say, I don't agree with approval of that. Let's take it off the consent agenda, and then they can vote against it separately. if that helps.
I think I understand what the intent is. Just the way it read was a little muddy for me.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Corey. Dean, you had your hand up.
I just wanted to weigh in on that point. I have some other comments that I'm going to reserve until I hear from others. But I think the intent there is this is how the consent agenda works. You put the consent calendar up, and any member of the board can pull an item off the calendar for substantive discussion individually at that same meeting. I don't know that sentence as is even needs to be in there. I think there should probably be a substitute sentence that says any member of the board may request that an item be taken off the consent calendar and placed on and considered under the regular agenda, and without having to give any reason for it. I think that's the way it works. But anyway, I wanted to just comment while we were hot on this particular sentence.
Okay. Well, that makes more sense.
It does.
Jeff?
Yeah, I agree with Selectman DeCastro's point. I think that ought to be, I think that's the intent of a consent agenda. I did have one other comment on consent. Having a question or need for clarification and imparting that prior, I think is difficult. I would want to be able to say at the meeting, hey, I just have one quick question on the consent agenda item. I just want to reserve that ability, if you will. And on public comment, I've lived the public comment before and after. It worked very well at the school committee. I'd like to try it again here in the Board of Selectmen. So I would add for public comment a placeholder for public comment at the end of the meeting. We talked about that before. I didn't see that in this policy, but I think public comment on agenda items prior and post it worked very well in the school committee, continues to work well in the school committee, and I would at least like to try it at the Board of Selectmen. And I agree with Selectman Metters on the public hearing, his comment on public hearing. I agree with him. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, great. Peter, any comments?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with all the consent discussion that we've had, and I agree with the question that Corey had and answered and how he answered that. Public hearings, yeah, I agree also. It ought to be all the inputs, no matter when they come in. On the issue of public comments, there's one thing, I've spent plenty of time looking at, thinking about public comments. The way I like to operate for myself, I like to hear inputs ahead of I think sometimes we go through this whole process of going through what are the questions that we have an agenda item and then we go to the board and say, what are your questions? And we end up in a way deliberating before we even hear some of the stuff that comes in from the public. And that's mixing up public input with in my mind, with making decisions and working it. I personally would like to try it, putting public comments ahead of time. I know it's going against, what has occurred over the years here. I remember someone mentioning to me, when I first came on the board, this is not the planning board, and in some ways it isn't. And Corey made a comment last week, but I agree with him. We're not Orleans, and we're not another town, but in some ways we are. We're not Orleans. What do we do? When we have an issue, what have we done? We have a 365 issue. We put we go out to the public. If we have an issue with how are we going to open up, we go out to the public. We did it on electronically. We had over 400 people. We do that. If you think about our meetings, this is a decision-making business meeting, and there's going to be public input. But trying to make the point that the half a dozen people or the 12 people, even if you get 20 people that come in and talk to us, that is not. We have to think. There are a number of other people that have different opinions that don't even get involved, and you don't hear about it until afterwards. And I used to get a lot of inputs on what they think we should do better, and I appreciate that. To put the public comments, up front, we get them. Person agrees or disagrees with us. That's something that they say up front. I mean, I like to try. We can always go back to the way it was. But to me, I'd like to hear everyone's comments. And I've heard from a number of people that they don't like sitting around waiting for their issue to come up, you know, an hour and a half later. Well, I get it, you know, and I understand it. And some are older and they can't do that. Some of them don't show up because of that. But I'm okay with trying it out. The argument will be, well, once you get it done, you'll never change it. I don't believe that. We've changed things on our own a number of times, and then this board thinks about things and gets things done. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Okay, so we haven't heard from Dean yet, and then Corey. Okay, go ahead, Dean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First up, under the public comments section, I'm going to come back to this. There is a typo. I just wanted to call to Shauna's attention. The third sentence that says the chairperson reserves the right. I think the word "to" has to be inserted. To cease accepting public comment. I want to leave the public comments portion for a moment. The consent agenda, I agree with Selectman Dykens. The second sentence in there, the second paragraph, I think should just be deleted. I think any selectman on the spot at the meeting should have the right to question or ask for clarification without having to have done some work prior to that meeting, which might have been difficult anyway. I agree with reading all the correspondence into the record. I think we've done that in our hearings. I also agree that with respect to public comment, I agree with Selectman Dykens. I like having the opportunity for public comment at the beginning and public comment at the end, as the school district does, which is different from Orleans, and I believe it's different from Harwich. And I think we, again, have to come back, as Mr. Kokolas just said, and as I said last week, to understand what this meeting is. It's a business meeting of those 5 people who are elected by the townspeople to deliberate and make decisions on executive policy in the town. And I think if someone wants to participate in those discussions, drilled down to each agenda item, they should run for selectman. So I'm comfortable with having public comment at the beginning and public comment at the end, and I think we should have a refined draft if we approve this. So if we're not going to take a vote tonight, I guess, I think if there's some sort of understanding, we could have a final version brought back to us. We're going to hear from the public anyway before we take any action tonight, if we take any action. But I think that the public comment section, a public comment at the end should be added, which includes the 5-minute limit per person, forced at the discretion of the chairperson. Those would be comments on any actions taken by the board at this meeting. So you get a chance to tell the selectmen up front what you think of an agenda item, and you get a chance to tell the selectmen at the end, you screwed up, or we didn't like what you did. With respect to comment on each agenda item, we've had multiple occasions where folks come in with a written statement. It's not as though in every instance they're extemporizing their comments. So I don't think it's necessarily even helpful to the deliberations of the board. I do think if we're going to have this format, we probably need to have some sort of insertion prior to the recess and prior to the public comment that talks about the business agenda, which essentially says the board shall proceed with its regular business agenda. Discussion is limited to the selectmen, and we could allow for public comment at the discretion of the chair or the vote of the majority of the board on a given occasion, or comment from members of from third parties who are relevant to a particular item, just as we interviewed Mr. Clark tonight, or Susanna Nickerson, or others. So those are my thoughts on it. And as far as you know, we can never change. You know, if we want to, we could put a make this a trial for 4 months. and see how it works. And then if it doesn't, we can come back to what we had before, or we could refine it or come up with something in between. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Dean. Corey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having public comment at a beginning of the meeting and then follow up at a latter part of the meeting is distinctly different than having public comment during the dialogue of a discussion. I've always valued public input and some of the back and forth we've had in the past, and removing that type of process goes against everything that I believe in and how I serve on the board. I truly believe that, you know, making a change like this, if we're looking for being more efficient in our timing and not extending meetings, I think it's going to have the complete opposite impact. And we're going to have comments at the beginning of a meeting that are going to be, you know, the people who have no idea what the board is going to discuss later in the meeting. So they're going to put everything on the table during their opportunity to speak at the beginning of a meeting. Then they're going to have dialogue. The board will have dialogue. And at the end of the meeting, they may or may not comment. But those who spoke at the beginning may or may not needed to have spoken if the direction of the board's discussion had gone in one direction or another. So I think we are actually going to end up lengthening some of our meetings with this process. So just from an efficiency point of view, I don't support it. And philosophically, I actually don't support it. So I know I'm the odd man out here, but I truly think this is actually on the public comment portion. If we're looking for efficiency, this is the wrong move.
Can I ask you a question, Corey?
Absolutely.
So would you be amenable to a trial of this policy?
Be honest with you, no.
Okay, thank you. No, it's fine. I appreciate your honesty. Jeff.
Yeah, I just to respond to Corey just for a sec. When you have comment at the beginning of the meeting, I found that there was a little bit more communication prior to the meeting with board members of the board, so that folks could get a sense of the board and speak to those issues intelligently. So there was some work on the agenda prior to even having the meeting. So folks would reach out more often, and it actually made the meeting very efficient.
Okay. All right. So I'm not thinking that we're going to make a decision this evening, obviously. I think that Shauna has some good suggestions on refining the draft to bring back to us for consideration, but certainly allow the public to weigh in. Are there any members of the remote participants that would like to speak to the?
Frank Messina would like to make a comment.
Okay, anybody else?
Elaine Gibbs.
Elaine, and was that Herb? Did I hear Herb?
Yeah,
okay.
Herb Bassett.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Steve Buckley.
Steve Buckley. Okay. All right, so let's start with Frank, and we'll go down the list. Go ahead, Frank.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak. It is almost 9 o'clock. You guys have been out this a few hours, and you still have 3 more items on your agenda. God bless you. I apologize. Previously, I had my video on because I was moving my laptop from my office into the kitchen to do the dishes, because I figured I could be a little bit more efficient in listening to the deliberations and conversations of the Board of Selectmen. I was a selectman or a town council person for about 5 or 6 years, a lot of years ago. And I was always amazed when I came to Chatham in the 70s on the process in which the Board of Selectmen were using to allow the comment. And I think you've done something very positive here in trying to make the meetings efficient. We're in a far more complex situation. You know, this is not a situation where you have 1 or 2 items on the agenda. If you look at tonight's agenda, it goes on and on and on. And I just speak just very quickly, if I may. I think Mr. Kokola's commented over the fact that if somebody has something to say, like myself, I saw this on the agenda, and all right, 3 hours later, I get a chance to speak my piece. Corey, I think, you know, you're wrong when you say that are going to not enjoy this. This gives you an opportunity up front, the citizens. You know, there are about 4 or 5 people who come to town meetings and who love to speak on particular items. That's not the public. But I think if the public knew that the Board of Selection were more accessible, that they can look at an agenda item and come to the meeting and have 3 or 5 minutes to give you, speak their mind on an item, as Mr. Kokolas indicated, you would have the information up front to make a decision. Right now, you're getting the information after you've made the decision. In other words, you folks are discussing it and opining, and then you open it up to the public. Well, you've already made up your mind without input from the public. So I think it's far more efficient. The concept of speaking before the meeting and then after is excellent. I think if in fact it can be controlled so it is not made longer by indicating a person can speak before and after when he speaks to an item on the agenda. Doesn't just get up and complain that you guys are doing a lousy job, okay? I think it's really a very well-defined piece of narrative in terms of how you can operate, and I think you should give it a chance. I'm sure there's 5 or 6 speakers after me who are going to complain that you guys are cutting off public debate, and I just think it's nonsense. I think this is a very efficient way to run a meeting, and I think as Selectman Dykeman indicated, it's similar to what the school board does, and it does work. So good luck and hang in there, and I hope you folks can approve this, and I hope that you allow it to happen on a trial basis, and that Corey sees that it can work. Thank you very much. I'm going to bed now.
All right, thank you, Frank. And the next person on the list is Elaine Gibbs. Elaine?
Yes, Elaine Gibbs. I have to say I absolutely totally agree with Selectman Metters. This draft proposal is not going to make the meeting shorter. As you know, I participate a lot. If I don't know where you're coming on a particular proposal, a particular agenda item, I have to cover all my bases, and I will take the 5 minutes. There have been many, many times that I've been prepared to speak, but when you have brought up the agenda item, I have agreed with you, and I have not spoken. If there are 5 agenda items, you could have potentially one person up there for 40 minutes speaking on 5 agenda items. I don't think that's what you want. These meetings have not been long because of the public. I would have to say, because I've participated in most of them, I'm pretty much the only person who is logged on to be a public participant, not on the agenda or not on a committee. That's because a lot of people, first of all, it's July. Secondly, we're in the middle of an epidemic. And thirdly, a lot of people don't have computers. They don't know how to log on, or if they do, they're afraid to download an application for Microsoft Teams to participate. So I would say that this is not the time to do it. I question this timing. It's not the public that's the problem. We are faced with massive issues right now, and for the public not to participate when our health and our safety are involved on a particular issue, we can log in and say, I want to talk about whether it's the number of cases in Chatham, or what you're going to do with parking, or what we're going to do on a variety of issues with COVID. We have a right to do that. I think this needs to wait until, we've been doing this for years, wait until we figure out what's going on with COVID so that the people who want to participate can do so. This is stifling comment and public participation. It's hard enough right now. It's really, really hard to participate. You have to be a little savvy, and you're just trying to stifle it. And I agree with Corey. I think this is the wrong time. And so I would hope you would defer this until the fall, at least, when the tourists are gone, when we know what the COVID numbers are, when maybe the offices are opening up, and maybe we can actually have a real Board of Selectmen's meeting where people can socially distance in a room. So I think it's a bad idea, and I hope you defer it, because even if you have a public hearing, nobody's going to show up because they don't know how to sign on and comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. I just want to remind everybody that we did have a public forum with hundreds of people participating, so the I'd give our community a little more credit about their ability to do this. It's been challenging, yes, but certainly we've been able to do a good job with it. I think the next speaker is Herb Bassett. Herb, are you still there?
I sure am.
Hi, Herb.
Hi, how are you and everyone?
Good.
I'm a little nervous about this simply because I look at the agenda as posted, and I might come to one decision and write a long comment to be read at the beginning of the meeting, only to be educated during the meeting and coming to a different conclusion. And what do I do then? Do I get to the end of the meeting and say, oh, sorry, never mind, and you've already made your decision? I'm really uncomfortable with that. We educate, the public educates the selectmen during the public comments. The selectmen and other town employees educate us. And I think that give and take really represents the purest form of local democratic government. I believe that very strongly. So I would like to see things stay as they are. I don't think there's a member of the Board of Selectmen who hasn't said something at one point or another that hasn't made me take a different look at things. And I really appreciate that. And I know that the public makes comments to each one of you on the Board of Selectmen that has tweaked your visions a little bit. And I think it's important that we continue to do that. Again, it's the purest form of local democratic government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Herb. Steve Buckley?
Right. Yes, I agree totally with what Herbie Bassett just said. I mean, the idea that this should really be, democracy is really about public dialogue and educating each other and informing each other about things we didn't know. And I think the point he made about how during the course of your discussion, when the public is allowed to weigh in, that I've seen this, and I think I've seen this probably in each one of you, where you said, oh, well, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Oh, okay. Now I'm changing my mind a little bit about that. And if you wait until after the meeting and you tell them after you voted, then it's for nothing. Why weigh in after you've not been able to say, did you know that? Oh, well, it's too late. Now you've voted. So, and it's actually been done before. When I came back to Chatham 20 years ago, I think the public comment was allowed at the end. And then, of course, you got that frustration where people were saying, well, if you'd let me tell you something you didn't know about, it might have changed something. And then they put it in the beginning. But then, like Elaine was saying, you basically gave them 5 minutes of your shotgun blast to cover any possible thing because you didn't know which way people were thinking or what they were wondering about, selectmen, that is. And so then when Florence Selden came in, who, by the way, I did, Dean, run against, and I'm glad I didn't get elected selectman. I ran twice. I'm glad I didn't. I found other things to do that were more interesting. Anyway, Florence came in, and that's the point at which I believe that she allowed people to speak during the deliberations and allowed people to provide their pearls of wisdom that they knew about that the selectmen did not know about. So I agree with Corey that this I think where we are is a better place than we were in the past to retest things that didn't work in the past. Is we've already done that trial. So that's my thought. And I hope I didn't run over 5 minutes, but I do think that this is an important issue. And I think it's deserving of its own agenda item, including asking committees, because I think there should be a uniform approach to public comment and public hearings and all these things across all committees so that people don't show up at one committee and wonder what the protocol is. 40 different committees could be 40 different ways. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. Any further comment from the board? All right. Any further comment from the remote participants? So my takeaway from this is that we have some more draft language that Shauna can edit and include, and then we'll bring it back again at another time for an agenda discussion and potential vote. Is that the consensus tonight? I didn't think anybody wanted to make a motion, because I think we wanted to make this a thoughtful approach. Okay. All right. Well, thank you everyone for your feedback. And then we're going to move on to our next item, which is, oh, where is my agenda thing? Oh, town manager's report and monthly report for June 2020. Hi, Jill.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chairman. So before you in your packet, you have some current items for the town manager's report, and then attached to that is the monthly report for July. And I know you haven't seen this in an agenda packet recently, the monthly reports, but we have been posting them directly to the website, so they're up there. So I know in the interest of time, it's pretty late, but I wanted to highlight the employees' years of service anniversaries before you, and this is for August. And then what we did is we called out a couple of charts from the DPW monthly report just to show you some comparisons between 2020 and 2019 for water pumpage, as well as the transfer station tonnage received. And I think what you'll see is certainly 2020 for water pumpage hit us a little earlier, but in May, and as you see, June was a pretty hefty pumping period for us. And then we have figures as you look at days and months, and again, back to the transfer station too. And still wanted to note the transfer station is still closed on Wednesdays and for the general public, but the two haulers are able to access it. And this is to give staff the opportunity to disinfect the equipment, the tipping floor, and overall clean up and get the materials out of there. So very busy, as you'll see. Over the last few months, I think people, as you know, got here a little early, and then it's just been a lot of activity. So I think I still have Tom Temple on the line if you had any specific questions. Otherwise, there's a full report for all the departments for the month of June.
Thank you, Jill. Just want to appreciate the anniversaries of all the employees. That was great. And yeah, the water usage was really amazing. And are we in a drought now? Do we know? We're on a mandatory or a volunteer water restriction in town. I think we need to remind people more often of that than not, I think. But it's a good report as usual, and recommend that everybody reads it. It gives you a great ability to see what the business of the town in a really good manner. Any comments for Jill from the board?
Good report.
Good report.
Great report.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
I'll take it. Thank you.
You take it. Yeah. All right.
5 stars.
Okay. Anybody else? I can tell everybody's getting towards the end here. Any questions from the remote participants for Jill? All right. Not hearing any. Thank you, Jill, for the report. And again, everybody, please read this. I guess I'm going to accept a motion to go into executive session. If anybody wants to do that.
So moved.
I need to have somebody read the executive session. So whoever said the so moved.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I move to discuss strategy relative to collective bargaining, Chatham Municipal Employees Association, and the chair declares an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the public body with no return to open session. I move that.
Okay. Do we have a second again? Okay, great. All right, I'm going to take a roll. Selectman.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I did it wrong.
I want to make sure that the motion includes a specific reference to executive session.
Yes.
General Laws, Chapter 38, Section 21, Number 3.
Correct. Yep.
Thank you, Dean.
Second.
Okay, all right. We got that. All right, let's take a roll now. Selectman Kokolas.
Aye.
Selectman Metters.
Aye.
Selectman Dunkins.
Aye.
Selectman DeCastro.
Aye.
And the chair says aye. Okay, great. So we log off and then log back on?
Yep.
that what we're doing, Jill?